All right. Hey everyone, very good morning. Great to have you all here, and I hope you're all as excited as I am to go with this session. And we are going to be learning a lot of things today, and this is going to be like a immense session of understanding everything that Azure has to offer in terms of modernizing your applications, as well as making sure that you have a sure shortcut way on which you'll be able to get started on Azure, understand how you can bring those hybrid implementations, and make sure that you will be able to incorporate Azure to your own purposes on the government sector so that we can leverage the features and capabilities that Microsoft has to offer in order to build that highly available and versatile as well as robust infrastructure on which you'll be able to develop and bring your applications. So what I'll do right now is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to walk you through the kind of things that we are going to cover in next 8 9 hours. I'll be giving you an overview of things, and then once you get a quick view of that, we'll get started with our session. So while we are at it, just in case you have any doubts, any questions you want to ask, or anything that seems dicey, you want to get a little more depth understanding of what is being discussed, feel free to put it on the chat. We have our coordinators who are going to be on the chat who will help you out with understanding any challenges or any further drill downs that you would want to have in the understanding of this whole topic. All right, so this is what we are going to do. We will begin our session now. That's around 10 o'clock. And we will first understand, uh, right? So from around 10 a.m. to around 12 p.m., we'll be understanding few things about developing a hybrid infrastructure, right? And when I say hybrid cloud solution, we'll begin by understanding what are the different models that you typically see in today's environment. You will see how exactly people have been building this type of environment from very long back, using on premises and using typical architectural patterns that have been seen traditionally. Followed by that, I'll give you a brief view of what public cloud domains offer for us and what is, kind of a private cloud capability that people offer us. And then we'll understand the hybrid capabilities. We'll also understand why exactly do you need these type of hybrid capabilities and the kind of things that can bring on the table. So that's what we'll be doing till 12 p.m. And then we'll have a short 10 minutes break. And then we will start at 12 p.m. again, 12:10 p.m. approximately, right? And then we will be talking about a few of the data services, and this is going to be our next 2 hour session approximately from 12:10 to 2:10. So here we'll be talking about, oh, by the way, another important thing that we'll be also discussing here is rapid application development, right? Development has been quite a challenging thing for a few people because all this time things have been very much straightforward, right? Developers are the one who take care of development of the application, and then we have a certain type of administrator who would finally bring those applications to the cloud and make it available for our customers. But now with certain services that Microsoft offers, we'll be looking at certain things, certain ways in which you can quickly build those application and bring it for your customers view so that they can start ingesting the data and view the use the application. So rapid application development is also something that we'll be seeing here, along with a little bit of analysis capabilities, right? And these are the two things, by the way, that we'll be covering till 12 p.m. And then from 12:10 p.m. to around 2:10 p.m., we'll begin by understanding data services that Azure has to offer, right? And along with that, we will also see a little bit of how we can leverage business intelligence on such data services. And followed by that, we'll be looking at modernizing applications, right? Again, modernizing application. Let's move out of that traditional way of building our applications. Let's go for a simple, straightforward way where developers can not only build the application but also leverage certain capabilities to bring your applications on the customer view and the quickest way to market. So these are the things that we'll be doing still till around 12 p.m. And followed by that, we have Anantit who will be joining us today, and Anantit will be picking the session from 12:10, and then he will be introducing us to majorly again data related services. There's a certification on Azure called as DP900, which has a lot of data related capabilities, right? And along with that, he will also be talking about AI and ML, and he has a bunch of demos that he will be showing us. Really, really interesting demos. I highly recommend that you stay put and wait for this session. This is going to be really amazing because we have quite some things that we have on the table for you. So that's what we are going to do from around 12:20, 12:20-ish type of 12:30 approximately. We'll be taking around 20 minutes break here. It could be for your lunch, right? So 12:10, I'll finish my session and then 20 minutes break. And 12:30, Anantit will pitch in and he will be talking about certain data services. And he will also introduce us to AI/ML capabilities that are on Azure. A very streamlined type of approach how we build those AI/ML. And you might not have an expertise on AI/ML, right? You might just be a pioneer on this, and you might just be, maybe you're just beginning with it. Irrespective of your experience, this is going to serve you some purpose because Azure has again given us certain capabilities which allow us to build these AI solutions without having any kind of a mastery expertise, right? You don't need to be a master on AI/ML. You don't need to be expert in understanding differentiations or integrations. Very simple, very easy way of building such type of AI/ML solutions is what Microsoft Azure has given us. And Anantit will be introducing us to all of that after 2:30. So with that, let me just bring up my presentation and a quick introduction about the organization that is bringing this to you, as well as myself before we begin. So we are Cloud Technologies. We have been in training and consulting for over 10 years now. We have delivered various different trainings like this for various customers of ours, and we have a geographical reach throughout the globe. We have delivered trainings across the globe, and majorly we are into training certain niche technologies. Right. So we have over 150 employees in our organization, and around 70% of us are all technical folks. We are all solutions architect and subject matter experts who deliver trainings like this. And apart from delivering standard trainings, right? So cloud, big data, AI/ML, DevOps, security, IoT is something that we have been delivering from a long time. Along with that, a lot of time these days, the certifications, very well that they bring a lot of value for our customers, right? We all need to have those certifications to show that credibility of having the expertise over the subject, which is very fair, right? Because companies want to understand. You cannot crack. I mean, it's a difficult thing to show all of your expertise in a half an hour interview or a 1 hour interview. So certifications give you a credibility of the knowledge that you have over the topic. We deliver a lot of certification trainings for Azure, like AZ104, which is Azure Administrator, AZ303, 304, which is architect level trainings, AZ400, which is for DevOps, AZ500, which is for security, and a lot of other certifications, standard certifications like that. We have AZ220 for IoT, right? I mean, the list is endless. And we do the same thing for AWS as well as GCP and a lot of other technologies that you see here. Now, we have trained over 3.5 lakh people so far, and this count is increasing. And we are also finalists of Microsoft Gold Partner in terms of training for the last year, and we are hoping to make it to the actual Gold Partner this time. Talking a little bit about myself, my name is Sharath Kanti. I serve as a solutions architect for IoT and cloud at Technologies. Now, I've been in this from over 6, 7 years now, and these are the bunch of certifications that I have on Azure. So, as a part of my job role in CloudDat, I manage and head the department of IoT, and I involve in a lot of trainings like this one. And along with standard trainings, right? A lot of times these days, we notice that companies don't look for standard outlines as well. They want to be very particular. Like we have companies that come to us and they say that, hey, you know what? I don't want to really understand everything about administration of Azure, but I basically want to understand only how to use Synapse, right? Or only how to use Databricks, or only how to use the SQL server on Azure. So when we get some customizations like that, we sit down, we frame custom outlines, we come up with custom labs, and we provide trainings on those customized labs as well. These are few of the companies to which I've delivered training so far. And again, right, this keeps on happening. A lot of trainings like this keep happening. So that's a little bit about myself, and no further ado, let's introduce you all to the agenda of today's training and the things that we are going to cover in my session. Now, these agenda items are exclusively for my session. However, Anandeep has the batch that is going to start at around 2:30 today. He has a set of his own agenda points that he will be delivering. However, these are the things that we will be seeing in my presentation. So we'll be looking at hybrid capabilities on Azure, right? And followed by that, rapid application development with Microsoft. We'll be understanding certain tools that Microsoft has built for the developers so that you can build your applications real quick. And then we have analysis services, we have data services, the ways we can modernize application on Azure, and we have app services and function apps and logic apps that we'll be discussing in the afternoon before we break for lunch, right? So those are the few things that we'll be discussing in next. This is after our 12:10, and this is something that we'll be covering before 12:10 in the next 2 hours, next couple of hours. So before we get to our first module, I want to give you a brief of how exactly did we reach to this point, because currently we are going to discuss about how we can implement services with hybrid capabilities. And before that, it only makes sense we understand why do we need this and what is the traditional approach in which the applications are being built so far, right? So let me just kind of give you a gist about, okay, that's a messy whiteboard. Just give me a second. Let me find some space here. All right, all right, all right. This looks good. Right. So first of all, how is it that we used to develop the applications beforehand, right? And this is, I'm pretty sure most of the people who are here for this training, even you might have got engaged in this type of a scenario where you're running your infrastructure on a certain type of a on-premise. Now, what would happen in on-premises? Let's say that you have a certain type of application, certain type of database, right? You're building an application to manage the data that is coming from Aadhaar card, or an application, a web application that is allowing your people to book tickets in the railway, IRCTC, for example. Typically, if there is no cloud, if there is no that type of a capability, most of the things are going to be hosted on on-prem or a private cloud. Okay. So think of this private cloud similar to on-prem. It's very similar to on-prem, but only thing is you're not the manager of this, right? You don't have any responsibility that you would be exclusively handling it here. Instead, you are giving the responsibility to someone else to do it for you because they have that expertise to be able to perform those type of operations. What kind of operations? What are we talking about here? So on-prem, what happens is you would set up a certain type of infrastructure like that, right? On-prem infra, and you would have a bunch of servers, right? You would have a bunch of servers, and this could be huge server racks, and on each of the servers you could be running your bare metal servers, which are in itself huge compute instances, huge machines, right? And all of your applications would be running on these, right? So if at all you have an application for, let's say, management of Aadhaar card details, so you would have one front-end application in which the agents, right, the agents who are creating the Aadhaar repository for you, or to whom you have outsourced this work, they would be logging in, and they would be filling in the details of Aadhaar for many people, whoever are their customers, and then this is going to be a web application, and all of that data is getting saved inside a underlying database, which could be, maybe you're using a SQL type database, or you could be using something like a MongoDB, maybe if you want to have no SQL type of data. It could be anything. Ideally, you have a database where you're keeping it, and then all of the data is being sent to your database, and there could be a bunch of different protocols that you would be using when you do that. Either you could be using a protocol like HTTP or HTTPS, right? You could be using HTTP or HTTPS. But what Aadhaar uses at this point is they use AMQP protocol. So what would happen is there would be your application, there would be your web application, which would be running in one physical host over here. So this instance, let's say this application, right, is being run here. So just for making sure that your application is highly available, and because you could have thousands of agents who are filling in the information, right? Thousands of agents who are filling in the information inside the virtual machine, inside the application. You could be having multiple instances of your application that are running here, right? And at the same time, you could have your databases created at the same time over here, right? And all of these applications are finally pushing in that data into these distributed databases, which are in a way clustered to provide you high availability, right? And that is how you're going to have your applications highly available. So whenever makes a request to, when an agent tries to log in, the request first goes to one of the web servers, and then he gives the information about the person who is trying to register for Aadhaar, and all of that is recorded in the underlying database, and that is how the system is built. Today, it might work really good. Today, you have around 1,000 agents distributed globally, distributed all across India who are doing this work for you, and it is going really good, right? It's working out perfectly fine. But what if tomorrow you have 10,000 agents, right? When you have a scale of that, when you have so many people who are working for you in order to do this type of activity, having this type of an infrastructure is simply not going to suffice for it. Because today, one huge server rack having several virtual machine is able to provide support for 1,000 agents. Tomorrow, when you have 10,000 agents who are trying to do this work for you, you might have to bring 10 such servers, right? You might have to bring 10 such physical racks and 10 such machines so that you can make the whole thing work, which is in itself a big deal. I mean, think of the cost that you might have to invest, and trust me, these physical servers, these physical server racks, or these hypervisors that you are seeing here, they are not cheap, right? They're very, very expensive. They cost lakhs together for one of those server blades. That's how expensive these are. So scaling it is like a big challenge that you have here. And another thing that you, so scaling is definitely one thing which is a challenge, and high availability. Today, let's say on-premise, this infrastructure that you have here, you have set this up in Bangalore, and for whatever reason, let's say that there is some kind of a, God forbid, some kind of a natural disaster that happens, and your infrastructure is going down, right? What about all the data, right? There's a lot of information that have been saved inside this database. How do you manage that? Now, in order to ensure high availability, what people who manage this type of infrastructure do is they manage multiple instances, right? So one, they keep it in Bangalore, another they keep it in Mumbai, another one they keep it somewhere else like Chennai, just to make sure that just in case one data center goes down, another one is available. For one of the on-premise infrastructure goes down, another on-premise sitting somewhere else is going to be available. But again, think of the investment that can go into it, right? So there is a lot of capital investment, if you want to make that happen, right? Buying so many servers and buying such servers in multiple locations, having them connected in a certain way. And now that we are saying that for high availability, right, I want to ensure that they're highly available and I'm able to overcome any kind of disaster. I'm putting them in multiple places, right? One is in Bangalore, one is in Mumbai, and one is in Chennai. Right now, I have to make sure that all of these three are connected. And typically a non-private type of a organization, or typically a very simple type of a private organization would not be able to bring in that kind of capital to integrate these data centers together, right? Which is a big challenge. You will need to go to a ISP, and the ISP says that, okay, we can do it with so much amount of cost, which is very unlikely that people would be able to accommodate. And that's the reason typically government has no problems doing this, because there is a seamless connectivity and it can be done. But still, in a way, it would be going through a private, a public internet, in order to make sure that these data that are moving from one place to another are in sync, unless you have a private connectivity that is given by the ISP like BSNL maybe, which can very easily do it for government organizations. So that is going to be another challenge, right? So security could be also something which could be a problem, along with capital investment that might go into building some scenario. and the scale that might come in because of the increasing volume of the ingestion and the security that you might have to incorporate, there are a lot of other challenges that you might notice in on-premise, right? And think of it, right? You want to make sure that this is kept as secure as possible. And in order to keep this as secure as possible, not only physically, right? Security has two aspects. One is it has to be safe physically. I mean, people should not be able to, access your environment, access your on-premise infrastructure to do anything. And it should be secure digitally as well. Meaning, all the data that is kept inside it has to be encrypted, right? Or all the data, your hackers, it's very much vulnerable to hackers if there is no enough proper gateway security that is maintained here, right? So that kind of firewall integration, that kind of security, if you want to prove, that is also going to be a big deal because that is going to take a lot of time and a lot of investment. You will need to involve security experts, right? And these security experts will be managing that entire infrastructure for you. They'll be monitoring the network traffic that is going from one point to another point. And from continuously monitoring that type of a network traffic, they will understand the network behavior of this on-premise infrastructure. And after they have understood the behavior of your on-premise infrastructure, they will come up with certain rules, certain policies, and certain standards that has to be applied on this so as to make sure that it is highly secure. Now, when you have such security experts doing all of these things for you, you might be investing millions of dollars in building such type of an infrastructure, right? Literally, a lot of amount goes in doing such type of an infrastructure, and making sure that the security experts are being sufficed enough. They have all the information, and they might have to spend months together to understand the behavior of your typical on-premise infrastructure. So you might have to engage them for quite some time, pay them enough money to actually manage it and all of that. So it's going to be challenging. And let's say you do it, right? Let's say you invest millions of dollars, and then you actually make sure that this is in place. Finally, how do you make sure that even though you have built such an infrastructure, it is only available for you, right? Because it is something that you have built for your purpose and you are going to be using it. So this 1 million you are paying and you are getting the full benefit out of it, right? That is where clouds come in, right? So what I can do with cloud is the biggest advantage that we call on cloud, right? It is what we call as economies of scale. Now, what economies of scale means is that, see, what Microsoft has done is Microsoft has already invested billions of dollars in terms of security. Okay, they've already invested billions of dollars in terms of security, and they have built a highly converged type of a infrastructure. Okay, so this is the on-premise thing that I was talking about. Let's talk a little bit about what cloud has to offer. So, what people like Microsoft have done is, just give me a second. Just having my pen loaded. What economies of scale means is, like I said, Microsoft has already invested billions of dollars in making sure that we'll try to crack one after another. Right? One of the things we talked about was security. So they have over 3,500 security experts, and these people are globally distributed, right? And these security experts, the only work of theirs is to monitor the network traffic, right? And they monitor over 1 million network events, right? Every now and then, every day, they have over 1 million network events that are continuously being monitored in order to understand any kind of a security vulnerability. And considering all those security vulnerability, Microsoft has built their infrastructure. So one of the biggest concerns that private banks or government organizations like yourself have to tackle when you're planning to come to some kind of a cloud, or when you're planning to consider cloud, even considering cloud if you want to do, one of the major things that concerns you is security, because you have strict guidelines that all of your data should be sitting in a data center or your on-premise infrastructure where you are the owner of your data. Right? It is good for you. I mean, that makes sense, because all the data is so critical for you. You don't want the Aadhaar card information to be available for open public in a way, right? to a certain degree you want to restrict that data at least, or any other critical government information related to lands, related to properties that people have bought, you want to keep it as secure as possible. Now, having it put on your on-premise infrastructure that I was talking about like 5 minutes ago, that is good. Reason is because you have a secure infrastructure, you're the owner of it, so no one can come in. You're protecting your data physically, you're protecting your data digitally, you've encrypted all of your data. It is good, but then you're not going to get that scale. And for whatsoever reason, if your on-premise infrastructure is going down, right, all of your data is gone, right? That is where we need to take advantages of cloud, right? Another challenge we saw on on-premise is that if the scale is increasing, today you have 1,000 customers, tomorrow you have 10,000 agents who are feeding in the information. Obviously, you need to suffice that as well, which seems to be very difficult on on-premise because you will need to buy a whole new bunch of servers. You will need to configure these servers, you need to load the application, and then you'll be able to bring it online and then put effective load balancing techniques in the middle. So it is going to be really, really challenging, right? And this is again one of the reasons why we would want to go to cloud. But I understand the concerns of government. What government says is, if the data is with me, it is safe. I'm pretty sure. I know that the data is safe with me. But how am I going to be sure that the data is safe when I'm putting it on somewhere else? Right now, we know that there are several cloud service providers. There is Microsoft Azure. Let me just bring a few popular ones, right? Microsoft Azure is one of them. Then we have AWS. We have Alibaba, which is one of the oldest one. We have GCP, right? So clearly, what these people have done is they have their own data centers, and these data centers are huge, right? The volume of these data centers are, in fact, 1,000 times bigger than what you would typically have, right? That is how huge these are, and they have a global reach, right? They have a global reach. Their data centers, your data center was in Chennai, Bangalore, and Mumbai. But if you talk about data center of Microsoft, this is where you will see the data centers of Microsoft. So if I just give you a view of this, this is how well Microsoft has distributed its data centers globally. So you can see that in India itself, there are three data centers, one in West India, Central India, South India, and then we have a whole bunch of data centers all together, right? Like you can see here, a lot of data centers, and few of them are full-fledged working, and you can see that a few of them are announced, right? You can see that few of them announced in region with availability. So these are the ones in which there is still work in progress. The data centers as are being built, and once they come, they're going to be available for us for our utilization. So these are few data centers that are globally available, and so that is one advantage, right? And these data centers are huge. They are supporting literally thousands of customers in each data center. That is the kind of scale that they have. So huge data centers, meaning whenever going forward there is a scale, there is a increase in the traffic requirement. Not a problem, because today you might be running 1,000 servers in India, and then you want another 1,000 servers to accommodate that incoming scale. All you have to do is deploy the infrastructure in another region or in the same region if you want to get that added capability of scale, right? Which is great in a way, because you now have added capability of scale. You are able to deploy more and more virtual machines to accommodate that incoming requirement, which is going to suffice all the incoming traffic. But the question still lies, what about security? On-premise gives me security, that is fine. So if I'm moving to cloud, understood that it is giving me scale, understood that it is going to give me resiliency and the backup capabilities that I want. But what about security, right? So in terms of security, one straightforward thing that Microsoft says is we are ISO compliant or we are HIPAA compliant, right? Now, what are these compliances? See, these are standards, right? These are standards, and these standards are globally accepted. It is not just in India. These standards are globally accepted. What I mean by that is they have defined a certain set of rules, they have defined a certain set of protocols, right? And these set of rules, these set of protocols, what do they state? They state that your data has to be encrypted always. That is one of the major things that they have. Or whatever data you are keeping in your premises, it should not be vulnerable for any kind of physical access, right? That is another thing that is one of the compliances that they mention. And there are a whole bunch of other rules and regulations that are put inside these compliances, right? And whenever someone like Microsoft Azure or Alibaba or AWS or even any private company that is setting their own premises also want to have a way that is going to standardize the infrastructure, they can simply go to these organizations and they can say that, hey, you know what, I am adhering to all the security standards that you are saying that I have to adhere to. You can come, take a look, check it out, and then if I am adhering to, if you feel that I'm adhering to all of this, please give me your compliance certificate. Please give me your compliance certificate. Right? That is what people do. And when they get these compliance certificates, it is evident that all the security things that are required, that are very much predominantly important for you, it is being covered, right? You don't have to worry about it. We are already taking care of that part for you. So then you can relax about these, and you can worry about your business perspective, or you can worry about your business implication or your application perspective for the business outcomes that you're expecting out of this. So what Azure says is we are compliant for various different standards like this, right? Now there are a whole bunch of standards that they define, and trust me, for whatever reason, you want to keep your data on your on premises, on your own government data center, all those set of regulations are already matched by Azure. The data in Azure is secure to such an extent that not even people working in Microsoft will be able to access that data. That is how secure your data is going to be, right? The data is always encrypted. So security shouldn't be a concern for you. You can blindly close your eyes and trust the compliances that they offer. Now, again, with that comes a question that how do I address this to my senior people? Because when you want to engage with something like this, you will have 1,000 questions bombarded on you as to guarantee, give me assurance that this is going to be safe for me. And when they ask you questions like that, you can pitch in the same thing and say that, you know what, this is ISO compliant, this is HIPAA compliant, they are GDP compliant. So when you mention these type of compliances and when you look at the regulationary statements that these compliances offer, you can simply go for it. Rest assured, all of your data is going to be kept secure, right? And that is how you'll be able to leverage the on-prem cloud capabilities to host your applications and make them highly available whenever need be for that, right? So that is how we can have cloud to run your application. So now what is going to happen? You're going to have one part of your application running here, right? And then you could be having your databases running here as well. And then, unlike the last time on premise, here there's no limitation for the scale. Today you have 1,000 customers, you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different servers running. Tomorrow there is a hyper requirement that tens of thousands of people or lakhs of people are trying to log in and do operations. You can simply go ahead and scale it, right? Simply go ahead and scale it. Another major advantage is not just scale, but it is also about how effectively you scale it. See, if you have to do such type of a scale operation on your own premises, it's not going to be easy, right? It is going to have a lot of challenges, as in you might have to independently worry about every little bit of it, right? Beginning from right about how you are going to, begin this or start this virtual machine all the way till your application deployment, it is going to be challenging for you. It is going to take a lot of time for your developers and administrators to make it happen. But as a managed service, as a managed capability, what cloud also offers is it gives you ways to manage it, right? You have automation. See, ideally, when you want to scale your infrastructure on your on-premise, one administrator has to create this virtual machine, or you might have to write a certain script to create, 10 such virtual machines, and then he runs it. And one after another, these virtual machines are going to get deployed. And then the administrator will run a script so that the application can be loaded on your on-premise, and then one after another, the application will be loaded. But what Azure provides is it provides us certain tools, right? And all of these tools are also managed capabilities that Azure offers. Now, with this managed capabilities, what I will be able to do is I will very easily be able to run certain deployment scripts. And by running this deployment script, I'll very easily be able to automate this whole thing. So what could take around 1 2 days or maybe 3 days to deploy 10 servers and have the application running, connect them on the infrastructure level, secure them, and all of that. The whole thing can be done on Azure in just a matter of hours, right? 3 hours, 4 hours, and all of your automation is done. All of the scripts that you run is done, and the item and the deployment has completed successfully. It becomes really, really quick, right? And that is how, again, cloud is a capability that it offers. So now we understood that on-premise we can do a lot of things, but there's a lot of capital expenditure. But in cloud, there is only operational expenditure. You're only paying for operations. So if your virtual machine is running for, let's say 1 day or 2 day, and only let's say it is only running from morning 9 a.m. to evening 10 p.m. In that case, you're just paying for those many number of hours. You're not paying for the entire thing. So it's as simple as renting out their servers to run your application. So your capital expenditure is converted into operational expenditure, which could cut down your cost by over 80%. And you think of it, cutting down the cost by over 80% is immense, right? And that kind of capability can be brought by using cloud. And along with that cost cutting, you also know that it is highly secure. All the compliances are in place. So, one less thing to worry about in terms of security is also something you get when you are bringing your infrastructure on the cloud. Okay, so we got that and we understood what on-premise can do, what cloud can do. Now, uh, the recent trend, and in fact, this has not been very recent, people have been following it from quite some time, is that having a hybrid type of infrastructure. Now, what hybrid infrastructure can do for you is, see, sometimes even after you convince your organizational folks to be able to do this, right? Or even after you, convince your head of the department or other people whom you are working with to do this operation, they might partially agree to it. They might say that, okay, to some extent it seems fine, to some extent it seems doable, but I'm not still very sure about keeping my data uh, in cloud, right? Or I'm not sure about running my workloads on cloud. So at that point, what you can say is, okay, ठीक है, fine. So you don't want to keep the data on the cloud, so that's fine by us. So what we will do is all the data workloads, right? All the data workloads is going to be sitting on your all the data workloads is going to be sitting on your on premises, so that way you're at least feeling safe that your data is safe, right? And you can have your applications running on the cloud. What I mean by that is, earlier when I was talking about this, right, where I had an application wherein you had a database and all of that, where is it? Sorry, I guess I missed that. Not a problem. Anyways, that's fine. Right. So you know that you had a certain type of a application wherein you had your virtual machine which was running your application, and then you also had a SQL server which was managing your data, right? So what you can do is, to keep your data safe, you can keep all of your databases inside your on premises. So your database will reside in your on premise. However, your applications can be running in cloud, right? Now, when you have half of your infrastructure running here, half of your infrastructure running here, you are already utilizing the hybrid capabilities. So hybrid, like the name suggests, is basically putting both of these things together or utilizing both of these things together to get the best out of both of them. So in this very simple example, you saw that your data is kept in one place and your applications are running in another place. So that way your entire thing is kept secure. Your data constraints, your security that you want, that is in place. The high availability that you wanted, because there could be any number of people who are logging in at any given point of time. That is also possible because you can host as many number of application servers if you want. So you're getting the seamless scale capability of Azure for running your application. At the same time, you are getting the security capabilities that is running on your on-premise. So this is one scenario where you'll be using the hybrid type of infrastructure in order to make sure that you're getting both the scale capability as well as your security constraints are being matched, and you're keeping your infrastructure very safe. Along with that, what else we can do is, in certain times, you know what, this looks okay, Sharat, but I still don't want to do this. I'm still skeptical about this whole idea. So maybe what you would want to do is, you would want to have your application running on the cloud, right? So this is just another scenario where you can have the entire application and your data residing on the cloud, but then you are only using, I'm sorry, on your on-premise, my bad, on your on-premise, and you are only using the cloud for backup and disaster recovery, right? So this is another second approach. So whatever you're seeing here, using them together could be your first approach. And you could have all of your application and data kept in your on-premise. And just in case you're concerned about a natural disaster that could happen at any point of time, you want to utilize this as a backup purpose, right? You're just keeping this as backup. Just in case things go wrong here, I have my data kept somewhere else, right? So that is another capability of hybrid scenario where you're connecting your on-premise in a certain way to the Azure's highly converged type of infrastructure, and then you're using this only for keeping your backup every day. Whatever is data collected inside your SQL database here, you're just pushing it on the Azure database, right? And for whatsoever reason, if this is going down, right, not a problem, your backup is kept inside the cloud. You can either bring that backup back to your on-premise, back to your infrastructure and run it, or you can simply spin the instances from your existing backup and you can bring the application online on Azure or cloud itself, right? So this is another classic scenario why you would want to implement such type of a hybrid infrastructure, keeping your backups and making sure that you are able to effectively keep your backups safe and you're able to utilize them. And even when you're keeping your backups on cloud, you don't really need to worry about it. Majorly, the reason is because, like I say, it's a promise from Microsoft. They have their compliances in place and they promise you that every single byte of data you put with us, we are going to encrypt it in such a way that not even our engineers are able to view that data. Right? That is the promise that we are giving you on Azure. So you don't have to worry about it. You can indefinitely go for sticking with such type of approach. All right. So that's a quick brief of what on-premise can do and how cloud offers us different set of capabilities in order to do that. Now, this might seem still a little vague for you because if you are not familiar too much about Azure, but do not worry about it. After our 12-10 session, I'll be showing you various different capabilities that are available on Azure, so that you have a quick idea about how things are working on Azure and the capabilities that we can do in terms of scale, in terms of manageability, and all the other things. I'll definitely be talking about it once we are done with our 12-10 session. So at 12-10, we'll start talking about that. Let me just go back to my slide deck and let me just walk you through a few things that we have here. So hybrid capabilities on Azure to begin with. So first of all, it gives you support for remote workforce, meaning if you want to have some of your people logging into your on-premise infrastructure, but you want to have a good domain structure in place, right? You can take advantage of remote workforce, where you can have few of your people working on Azure cloud. At the same time, they might be accessing servers which are remotely managed by Microsoft Azure, and at the same time, some group of people would be managing things on your on-premise infrastructure. Improved scalability and control. You have scalability factors of your on-premise. You're able to scale your infrastructure, take advantage of that. At the same time, you have intense control, right? You have a clear-cut understanding of your on-premise infrastructure, and you have a maximum control over there. And not only that, you will also be able to control what goes to the cloud and what remains on your on-premise, right? Which is going to be very effectively done when you're using the hybrid capabilities on Azure. Business continuity. Today, you are running your infrastructure on on-prem. At certain point, what you can also do is you can connect this to Azure, our infrastructure, and you can have your applications running here. So these two are your application servers, and let's say that you have one database. Now you can replicate this infrastructure on Azure, where on Azure also you will have a very similar type of environment. You have two web application servers and one database to which they are connecting to. And what you can do is you can keep it on a active passive type of a state. So this is going to be active and this is going to be passive. And what you are saying is only if this is going down for whatsoever reason, that is when I want to move all the application traffic to my Azure infrastructure, right? And that is when all this traffic will start moving to your Azure infrastructure, and it is going to be highly available for you, right? So just in case one thing goes down, your on-premise is going down, your business is not impacted. It is just a matter of seconds. It is just a matter of seconds to start routing all of that infrastructure, all of that incoming traffic to Azure. Not just that, business continuity in terms of backup as well. If you don't want to do this, forget this. Keeping it on passive state is also not something you want to do because of compliances and other things. Just start keeping the backups here, right? So you're only keeping the backup of your application, you're just keeping the backup of your SQL server. And if things are going wrong here, that is when you are spinning your backup, and then your backup is kicking in and doing all the work for you, which is again going to be a great way of managing this. So business continuity is not going to be impacted. Increased agility and innovation. Now, again, this is something that I'll be talking when I introduce you to modernizing, because quite a lot of things that we'll be looking over there as to what are the different managed services that Azure has to offer. And even Anandeep will be introducing us to few innovative things that Microsoft Azure has brought to us in terms of AI ML capabilities. We'll be seeing more of that as we go on. Improved security and risk management is, of course, one of the major things. And like I said, having those compliances in place, making sure that your data is always secure, Microsoft Azure is going to ensure that, right? So you don't have to really be concerned about how your data is going to be kept safe. And how is it that Azure is doing all of this? Like we saw, it has a huge scale, huge number of regions. And let me tell you one thing. If I talk about this slide, right? If I just take you to this year again, all of these data centers that you are seeing here, right? These are all connected together, and these are not connected using the connection or data channels that are given by internet service provider. We have set up our own backbone network, as we call it. Just like internet that we all use, there is something called as Azure net that we use, right? And Azure net is basically what connects all of these data centers together. Now you'll be wondering, okay, Sarah, that's fine, but how are you connecting the central Canada East region to North Europe? Because there seems to be a huge ocean between them. We have taken care of it. We have transoceanic cables which are laid down on the ocean bed, which extend up to 8,000 miles, right? These underlying sea cables extend 8,000 miles, and they have a capacity of bandwidth of giving you 1.6 petabytes, right? 1.6 petabytes of bandwidth is what we have running in our underlying backbone network, which is immense. So when you have such type of a capability, such type of a bandwidth that is running underneath the infrastructure, you don't really need to worry about the throughput, or you don't need to worry about whether your data will be backed up quickly, right? If there is a delay, if there's a latency, there might be a little delay in backing up your data continuously or replicating your data continuously. But don't need to worry about it. We have taken care of this. We have immense bandwidth, like I said, maximum that we can have between, and specifically this 8,000 miles of underlying sea cable that I was talking about offers you a bandwidth of 6.1 petabytes, which is immense, right? So you don't really need to worry about the underlying bandwidth. So that is how we have this created this infrastructure, and we are able to bring in all these kind of capabilities, so that you will not have to worry about how things are working in the backend. You can concentrate on your data, and everything else is going to be taken care by Azure for you. Disaster recovery is one of the major reasons why our customers who want to incorporate cloud typically use a hybrid type of infrastructure as well. So you can see here that you have a bunch of servers that are kept here, right? And servers can be of any kind. It can be a Linux machine. It can be a SharePoint that you have SharePoint server that you have set up on your virtual machine. It can be a dynamic CRM system that you have set up, a certain type of multiple SharePoints you could have as well, and along with that you could have a SQL. Now what we offer is, and all of these things are connected, right? You can see that there is a certain type of Active Directory which you are using, which is a domain controller for you. And then now you want to connect it to your Azure, right? You want to maybe just keep it as active passive, like I said earlier, active passive, or you might want to keep it as active active, active active, where both of them are active. And ideally, what you do is you use a traffic manager to control that how what traffic goes from one point to another point, right? Now, this traffic manager is again a service that you can seamlessly use on Azure. And what happens is, let's say you have a government site XYZ government .in, right? Now, this is your site. So every traffic manager comes with a DNS name, and on your DNS servers, right? You would be definitely registering this with one of your DNS servers, and on that DNS server, what you do is you say that, so this is Azure DNS, Azure DNS.net, let's call it. Okay, it's going to have a different name, of course, but let's just assume it is Azure DNS.net. Now, what you can do is anytime you can configure this type of a configuration on your DNS, and you can state that anytime a request comes to xyz.com, just route it to Azure DNS.net. So that what happens, every request that comes, it is going to be routed to Azure DNS.net, which is this traffic manager. And then the traffic manager is going to route all of that request to your on-premise. If you are keeping it in active passive, all the request that comes in starts going to your on-premise. And the moment your let's say one of your gateway, right, goes down, or any of your system servers go down for whatsoever reason, traffic manager is smart enough to understand that something has gone wrong here, and traffic manager can route all of that, start routing all of that traffic to your virtual machines and other instances that are kept on Azure, right? And then this is going to make it active, and it is effectively going to start moving all of the data onto your Azure instead of moving all of that data to your typical on-premise infrastructure. Now, I'd be wondering, okay, that seems good, but how do I move all of that? So, in order to establish that type of a connectivity between both of these regions, Azure provides us with a bunch of options. One of the ways that you can set up is you can create a VPN tunnel. Okay, this is what we call as a site-to-site connectivity. And site-to-site connectivity allows you to use the internet. So your traffic will be going through the internet, but do not have to worry about it. It is going to be going through a IPsec tunnel, right? And this IPsec tunnel is going to encrypt every single byte of data that is going to be moving from your on-premise to Azure or Azure to on-premise, right? And it is going to use a IPv4 certificate, which is going to be shared between both of your infrastructure. And only since Azure has that certificate and your on-premise also has that certificate, only you on Azure will be able to decrypt that data. No one else will be able to view that data or decrypt that data, and that way it is going to be very safe and secure, so you don't have to worry about the security that way. Anyways, it is assured that it is very much secure. So this type of a site-to-site connectivity is one of the option that we have on Azure. The second option that Azure also provides us is something called as express route. What express route allows you to do is, in order to make sure that both of these are in sync, it allows you to establish a connectivity to Azure's backbone network. What I mean by that is, along with having these huge regions across the globe, Azure also has certain partner data centers, right? You could be a partner if you want, or anyone can take that contract and they can be a partner. Now they have a huge number of partners located globally as well. And what Azure is going to do when you go for express route is they will literally bring a physical connection. They will bring an Ethernet type of a cable into your on-premise, and they will connect it into your on-premise gateway. And then all the data that goes in and out of your on-premise to Azure, that is going to use this private connection, which is going to be a physical connection through which you are connecting to it. And that way, the data is going to be extremely safe, extremely secure, and it is not going to go through internet, which is why we can be assured that all of the data that is going in and out is going to be very much safe for you. So that is the capability of express route. So two options, guys. One option is site-to-site connectivity, where using the IPsec tunnel of the internet to connect your two sites. Otherwise, you can go for a express route where you're using the cable to bring that type of a connectivity, which is going to be like a physical connection between yourself and Azure. So these are the capabilities that Azure offers on terms of how you can connect it. And disaster recovery, like I said, you can have active type of active passive type of scenario where you can keep backing up all of your data. And then when something goes wrong, you can immediately spin instances and you can bring your services online, bringing your entire site online in matter of seconds, right? Now, Azure Site Recovery is one service that is seen on Azure. I'll be just giving you a quick view of what this can do for you. But if I have to give you a summary of the capabilities of this, you can back up certain critical files and folders, right? If you have a certain critical file or folder that you want to back up, you can back up certain files and folders onto Azure. Or if it is not just the files or folders, you want to back up the entire volume or entire disk of your virtual machine, you'll be able to back them up as well on Azure using the site recovery service. Now, this is a service that Azure offers on the platform itself, and using this service, we'll be able to do all of that. And that is where the backup comes into picture. Recovery Services Vault is one simple way where you can back up all of your data onto Azure in a certain manner. Now you might be wondering, okay, all that sounds good, but how do I control access? Okay, in that case, one thing I might have, you might have missed here is this Azure Active Directory and Azure Active Directory. See, you might be using a certain set of credentials, a login and password, right, to log in into this infrastructure. And when you use certain type of a login and password, what you're essentially doing is those credentials are saved in a certain type of a domain controller, right? And that domain controller is where you have all of your data saved, I mean the credentials saved, and you're able to log in. You'll be able to replicate that domain controller as well, right, to Azure Active Directory. So Azure offers this as a PaaS service, right? It is a managed service that Azure offers, and using this managed service, you can bring all of the contacts, all of the all of the employees that are currently working in your organization, government organization, all of those identities, all of those logins and passwords can be brought onto Azure directly. And once they are moved here, you as a administrator on Azure, you can control which person should be able to access this, which person should be able to access this, which person should be able to access gateway, which person should be able to manage the backup, which person should be able to access the database. All of that can be configured by using the identities on your Azure Active Directory, right? So that kind of a capability that this offers, and that's the reason backing up your data becomes really, really easy for you. So you might have a certain type of a, let me just zoom in this a little bit so that I can get a clear view of what we have here in terms of Azure offering. So you can see that you have a backup agent, right? And this agent needs to be installed on your on-premise machine. You can either install it on every individual machine that is running inside your on-premise, or you can install this on a central server manager, which is managing all of your other virtual machines. And this agent that is going to be installed on the server manager on or on your independent machines, it is going to take the respective responsibility of moving all of that data, backing up all of that data on cloud, right? So in order to do this, there are a couple of type of agents. There is a Mars agent, there is a Maps agent. The Mars agent stands for Microsoft Azure Recovery Service. Maps agent stands for Microsoft Azure Backup Service. And using these services, you will be able to install independently these agents on individual machines or the entire agent. So if you have something like a Windows machine that you want to back up, right? Or if you have, in that case, you can simply install the Mars agent and you can back it up. Or if you have entire type 1 hypervisor or entire type 2 hypervisor, and you want to back up all the virtual machines that are residing in this hypervisor, you want to back it up onto Azure, right? In that case, you can go for Maps agent, which not only takes the backup of your Windows resources, it is also capable of taking the backup of your Linux resource. Basically, because what it is doing is it is not taking the backup of independent machines, it is taking backup of the entire hypervisor as a whole, right? So those type of capabilities are on offer using these agents, which allows you to seamlessly back up all of the data from your Azure. Now you might be having a certain SharePoint here, right? A certain SharePoint, or you might be having a certain type of a file share, right? Or you might be having a certain type of a shared drive in which you are keeping your land records, which has the entire metrics. You might be having images of 100 MB, 200 MB images, which are extremely pixelated in a way to give you the entire view of the entire region. You can zoom in as much as you want, and such type of high definition images does take 304 MB size of space. And you're currently keeping all of that on your on premise, like I said. But then, what if you are skeptical about that data might go down for whatsoever reason? So simply use such type of a backup agent on your virtual machine. Right? This is the virtual machine in which your SharePoint is installed. This is the virtual machine on which your file share is working. This is a virtual machine in which you have a shared drive configured. Right? So all you have to do is install that agent, right? Install the right type of agent, and the agent is going to take the responsibility of backing up all of your critical government data that you have here onto Azure. And once the data has been moved to Azure, again, you can use Azure's Active Directory that I was talking about some time ago to give control over what all things you can do on Azure. Right? That is basically the control that you can get on what person should be able to access what part of data and what person should not be allowed to access what part of data. It can very easily be controlled once you're moving on to Azure, because you have your Active Directory, you have person A, B, C on your on-premise that you have created, and once you are moving all of this data into Azure and Azure Active Directory, all the identities from here would have also moved here. And the similar access control that you are giving here, that person A should be able to access this, person B should be able to access this, person C should be able to access this. The same kind of things can be given on Azure as well, because Azure also provides you a very similar type of infrastructure. Now, the backup service, which is majorly operated using the recovery services vault, I'll be giving you what this service looks like. I'll be showing you in a moment. This is able to do different type of backup, right? You are able to set up the agent, you are able to install the agent, and from that you are able to configure how often the backup is supposed to happen. Maybe the land records are being fed by some application, and this application is running continuously, right? So you want to back up the data after every 1 hour or after every 2 hour, or you want to back up just once in a week. You can configure this on the agent. You just go inside the agent and you configure it, and however you are configuring it, the agent is going to push the backups respectively. That's how you configure this whole environment. Let me just give you a quick view of what the Azure portal looks like, just in case you have not seen this before. So while I'm at it, just feel free to keep posting your questions on the chat if you're not able to understand anything. We have our team which will be responding to your questions at any point. So this is what the Azure infrastructure looks like, and I'll just kind of tell you the different aspects of this. So one of the first thing that I want to show you here is the Azure Active Directory, right? Remember how I was saying that all the identities of your senior employees, junior employees, or your developers, if you want them to be able to access Azure, you want to have identities copied into Azure. But in order to do that, like I said, Azure provides us with something called as a Azure Active Directory. Now, if you click on this, I just logged into my portal by going to portal.azure.com, and you can see that I have a bunch of services over here that I'm currently having. Don't worry about it. So basically here, if I go to my Azure Active Directory, so this is where you can see that identity structure. Okay. What I would like to bring to your view right now is how I can provide a certain person access to a certain resource that I might have backed up on my cloud. Okay, I'm gonna come to that in a moment. For now, just notice that I have a bunch of users here. Okay, so these are all the users that I've added in my Azure Active Directory. Right, these are all the people who are present over here. Okay, who are present over. So what I'm showing you right now is I'm showing you this part, right? The Azure Active Directory. And like you can see, I have a whole bunch of people who are currently present in my Azure Active Directory. Now, this could be your organizational folks. So just like all of these people, right? I'm going to add a new user into this, okay? And I'm going to call this new user as GOV user, right? And then I'm just going to give it a name. Maybe is the admin. And then this is how I'm going to create a user. Now you might be thinking that, okay, does it mean that if I have 1,000 users, should I create 1,000 users like this? Not really, right? You don't create 1,000 users like this. What you do is you just Just a second, let me just do that. Okay, so that's my username. So yeah, what I was saying is, if you have 1,000 users, do we need to do this for 1,000 users? Not really. So Azure provides us with a service called as AD Connect, right? So we'll be talking about that in a moment. So this is the user I'm creating, okay? And I'll hit on create button. So moment I add this, that government user who I just created, you can see that the user has got created here, and this is the user that is present here. So should you create all those 1,000 users? If you have 1,000, 2,000 employees who are going to be working, should you actually create this for every individual user? Not really. So in order to do something like that, Azure provides us with a tool called as AD Connect. Using AD Connect, what you can do is, imagine that you have your on-premise Active Directory or domain controller. So this is your Active Directory on your on-premise where all the identities are kept. And you saw that on Azure, there is Azure Active Directory that I was just showing you, Azure Active Directory. Now, all you have to do is, see, if you're running a Active Directory on your premises, obviously there is going to be a virtual machine in which you're running this domain controller. You will need to install an agent called as AD Connect here. And this agent is going to basically move all the identities to your Azure Active Directory. You could have 10,000 employees, 20,000 lakhs of people in your Active Directory. All of that can be seamlessly copied into Azure Active Directory. And once you have those contacts here, like I said earlier, you can control over what person accesses what data, right? Now, in order to show this particular part, what I'd like to do is, I would like to give this person access to a certain server, access to a certain file share, access to a certain storage, right? This is how we do it. So I go back to my home and notice that I have a lot of services here. I have a couple of virtual machines. I have one virtual machine here, and I have, I have another virtual machine here. I have a storage account here. I have a couple of subscriptions as well. So let me just go to all resources to clearly give you the view of these. Right? So I have these many services. I have around 15 different services, correct? Now, what I want to do is, let's say that I'm keeping some very critical data. I'm keeping some very critical data inside the storage account. Okay, and or or maybe it is some virtual machine which could be running your SharePoint, in which you are keeping your the maps information, the land information that is coming from various people, and all of that information is kept inside this, right? So what you want to do is, you want this new person that you created to be able to access this. However, when he logs into the portal now, I'll just open an incognito window and I will log in using this credential that I would just created for this new user. That's the username, that's his password. And the first time he logs in, it is going to ask him to reset the password. And the sign in is successful. So you can see that I have signed in successfully. And even though I have logged in successfully here, if this person, the government user, goes and checks out all the resource, he will not be able to see anything. But notice that I have around 15 resources here, correct? I have around 15 resources, but all resources. I have around 15 resources here, but this new person whom I have created, he's not able to see even a single resource, right? Now, how do I make sure that this person is able to see these resources? Because this is one of the government's administrator, or this is one of the government's, a critical employee who needs access to a certain type of a file or a repository. Now, let's say I am the administrator of this, and I am uploading some very critical information inside the storage account. Or maybe it is possible that you have brought all of this data from your storage account, and you already have a certain type of a file. So this is currently disabled because the subscription in which it is currently working is not accessible. Don't worry about it. Let's say that this is the virtual machine in which I have kept all of my critical information. Now, I am able to view this virtual machine, but then this person is not able to view it. And if I want him to view it, what I do is I give him specific permission. I go to access control, I say add, I say role assignment, and I'll give him the administrator role. or owner role, right? So just again, where I went exactly, I went to all resources, and I have these resources. And remember, I could have backed up. So this could be my backup that is coming from my on-premise, right? And I'm replicated that on my Azure. Now I want to provide access to one of my organizational folks. So all I have to do is go to the resource to which I want to provide access. So Lupa Equity is one of the resource. And within this, you go to the IAM role and you add a role assignment, and then you select the role that you want to give to him. Owner is going to give him the full access. He will be able to update this virtual machine. He'll be able to delete this virtual machine and many other operational tasks he will be able to perform. And need be, he will also be able to give roles to other people as and how other organizational folks are getting added, right? That's the owner role. Contributor is a slightly lower role where he will be able to do pretty much everything except being able to give permissions to other people to access this resource. And then we have a reader role, which is the least privileged type of a role here. He's just going to be able to view the virtual machine. Now, let's say that I want to make him a owner. So I'll just select owner and I'll give the name of my employee, which was uh, government admin, right? So I select that user and I say save. Now I have given him access to this particular individual. Again, reiterating, as the role is getting added, what is happening? I have backed up all of my data inside these resources, these 15 resources. I have copied the administrator username and password. I mean, I've created a user inside my Azure Active Directory. Or it is possible that you have just imported all of your users from your normal Active Directory and you have brought them onto Azure. Irrespective of that, the idea here is I've currently given him the role that he requires in order to access the infrastructure, access a certain resource which could be important for him. Now let's go back to this person and let me just try to refresh this. Since I've given him access to a certain virtual machine which was replicated, he should now be able to see that resource. Now it might take a little time to kind of refresh, but just give it a minute and I should be able to see it. All resources again. Notice that I'm in government user. When I go to my user and I click on all resources here, I'm able to see these all these 15 resources, correct? Because I'm the administrator and I've backed up all of this on Azure. I'm able to see all of that. However, this regular user, if I click on all resources, since I've given him access to my that particular virtual machine, ideally he should just be able to see that. So it's not really loading. So all you have to do is, just in case sometimes these things happen a little bit, one log out and log in should typically fix this. So I'll just quickly log out and log in one more time. And now I go to all resources. So you can see that the virtual machine to which I had given him access, he is able to see it. And of course, since he's the contributor, he will be able to log in into it and he will be able to perform all the operations, right? So currently, since this virtual machine is now off state, so typically he can even turn it on, turn it off. If he wants to start routing all the traffic from your on-premise to here, and if he has access to the recovery services vault, he'll be able to make that configuration change as well, so that the traffic starts moving from your on-premise to Azure, right? So I'm just currently starting this virtual machine, and you can see eventually you'll be able to log in and do other things as well. So this is how I can have virtual machines created and all of that done seamlessly, so that I'm able to access my infrastructure and get an entire view of it. Now I was talking about another very important service, that is recovery services vault. This is what I use to back up all of my data in a hybrid scenario where I'm bringing my data from my on-premise and I'm backing it up here. So recovery services vault needs to be created. So I'll just create this. This is just a resource group. Permission to create the resource. Okay. I think I don't have any resource in which I currently will be able to create this. So don't worry about it. All that I wanted to show you is just to create a resource. And what you will notice is once this resource has got created, oh, okay, I'm in my guest user. No wonder I'm not able to create it. I'll be able to create it here. Recovery services vault, and then I add a new service. So I'll create a new resource group called as POVRG. And then I'll give my vault name. and the region wherever I want to deploy it. Notice that there are so many reasons, and obviously I want to keep it as close as possible to myself. So I'll maybe just select South India and I'll review and create this. Now let this get created. Just a moment, just a second. Okay, so I'm just quickly taking a look at the chat if there's any important thing. Uh, Okay, so yeah, I see the question that you currently have certain data centers which needs to be shifted to hybrid cloud. So that's the idea, right? The way to do that would be to actually bring in that data and install certain agents on your premises, and these agents would be taking up that backup and they'll be bringing it onto cloud, right? Anuj, you can help me out with the questions. You can keep posting your questions here, and from time to time, maybe I'll just come here and take up your questions and answer them. Currently, you have data centers. Then why it's need to? I'm sorry, I didn't get the question right. Currently, you have data center. Then why it's needed to shift to hybrid cloud? So these are the several reasons, right, that I was talking about. What if your data center contract is expiring, right? What if there are so many challenges in terms of security? There are so many challenges in terms of backing up your data. There are so many challenges to make sure that you pay less, right? Data centers typically cost you a lot of money, and imagine that the license that you have bought for your current servers, right? You might be running a Windows server, and let's say that that Windows server is only able to the license is currently meant for 5 years or 10 years, and now your contract is about to expire. So if your contract is expiring, right, which happens, contract is something that expires over a period of time. Now, if your contract is expiring, whether should you renew the contract, and if you have such 100 servers, right, then you will need to have 100 different contracts that needs to be renewed, which is very expensive. Instead, you can come on Azure and it is going to be done very seamlessly with very little cost, because in that case you're not buying the license costs you a lot of money, right? If you want to buy a server license of basic type as well, it can cost you as much as 20,000 Indian rupees to begin with, right? And if you have 100 or 200 servers of that amount, think of it, 2,000 into 20,000 per server, huge investment. Instead, just create it on Azure, right? You can simply start renting it out instead of paying for your contract altogether. That's the one advantage. Apart from that, we have seen so many other advantages as well. So I hope that answers your question. If not, please let me know again. Please put your answer on a question on top of it. I don't mind giving you a deeper understanding of it. Absolutely fine by me. Okay. So going back to this, you can see that my recovery services vault has got created. Now I go to this resource, and the two things that you will notice here is backup and site recovery, right? So backup, what is the type of workload that is running? Let's say that you have your on-premise, so you can clearly see how you are backing up and how you are getting your instances from your existing on-premise, right? So I've created a recovery services vault, and inside this you can select what is the type of your existing infrastructure. You can back up from Azure Stack that I'll be talking about in a moment next, and then you have on-premise. You select your on-premise, and what do you want to back up? Now this is where it gets interesting. Notice on your on-premise, it could be files and folders, it could be virtual machines, it could be VMware virtual machine or Hyper-V virtual machine, it could be just SQL Server, SharePoint, Exchange, system state, or bare metal altogether. Right? Bare metal meaning from the scratch you want to back it up, you have agents to do it. Right? So irrespective of the type of infrastructure that you have, will very easily be able to bring it on Azure. So now I select this and I say prepare infrastructure. Now, the moment I say prepare infrastructure, there are a couple of things, excuse me, there are a couple of things that I'll be given to download, right? You can see that there is a download agent for Windows Server or Windows Client, which is just an agent that you will install on each of your virtual machines or each of your servers. And then there is download vault credentials, right? So I'll download the credentials as well. This is also something that is required for me. The credentials are also required. So you can see that I have downloaded two different things. I have my agent and I have my credential file, right? So now that it is done, my setup is finished, right? So now you can see that I have selected and I have downloaded the agent and all of that. Now all I have to do is open this application and configure what is to be backed up. So you can see that I'm opening this application that is going to get installed. This is the backup agent basically. And this backup agent, like I said, it can be installed on your individual machines, or you can install this on a Windows Central Server Manager, which can be taking regular backup from your entire infrastructure, right? Now, the reason why I downloaded this credential file is this credential file is going to tell where the backup is supposed to happen. So whatever I'm doing on my laptop currently, this is something that you'll be doing on your on-premise machines so that it can be backed up. I hope it is making sense for you, right? So the much agent is installed. It might take a little time to open. So this might take a little time before it actually opens up. I've usually noticed that it takes quite some time when we just install it and we start spinning it up. It is going to take some time. So what we will do is let's not waste too much of time on this. We'll just wait for some more time. And while it is getting created in the backend and while it is opening for me, we will proceed for it. And then maybe once we are done with our 2:10 break, it should be done by it, and then we can come back and I'll be able to kind of show you how you can back it up. So let's just give it a minute and let it configure itself, and then we can come back and check how we can actually take these backups. So at this point, I'll just proceed with the slide deck. I just have a few more things to share before we take our first short break. We are left with another maybe 40 minutes. So let me just walk you through the next set of slides. And then once the backup agent is ready, I'll be showing you how you can take your backup from your premises. Now, so we got to know that there is a way that we can take backup from our on-premise, which is really good. And then you can have a hybrid type of infrastructure where half of your infrastructure is running on Azure, half of your infrastructure is running on your on-premise. But even after you introduce this type of a capability, even after you tell them that you can do something like half of your infrastructure can be running on Azure and half of your infrastructure can be running on on-premise, your decision makers to whom you bring this type of a capability, they're still not happy. They are like, nay, I still feel uncomfortable to moving on to cloud. I still feel uncomfortable to keep all of my data on Azure, right? I need to keep it somewhere else. I need to keep it somewhere secure. How do I do it, right? That is where Azure Stack Hub or Azure Stack Hypervised Servers come into picture. Now, what these things are? See, notice that there is Stack Hub and there is a HCI, right? Even though you are sticking with a hybrid infrastructure where you're having half of your infrastructure running on Azure and half of your infrastructure running on-premise, your data is still present on somewhere else. Your data is present on a Microsoft's data center, and that is the problem. Your decision maker says that I'm not comfortable to keep my data in a Microsoft Azure data center. I still want my data to be present in my data center. Now, the reason why you want to use Azure's data center capabilities is because it gives you capabilities like this, right? Being able to create such type of instances, such type of virtual machines, such type of recovery agents. This is all the things that Azure allows you to create. Not just that. Once we are done with our 12:10 break, I'll be showing you a couple of other services like app service, function app, and other things, right? And these are the things that you can create on Azure. But what you want to do is you want to take the advantage of that manageability. You want to take the advantage of that scale. You want to take the advantage of that security that Azure offers. But you still want to run all of that in your own premises. That is when Azure offers you a capability to go for either Azure Stack Hub or Azure Stack HCI. Sorry. So what Azure Stack allows you to do is, see, Azure Stack is going to bring in a physical device. Okay, this is what the Azure Stack device looks like. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second, please. Hey, sorry about that. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so what I was saying is, you want to leverage the best capabilities in terms of security, scale, and all of that, but you still want to have all of that on your on-premise itself. And that is where Azure provides us a capability of doing that by providing us with something called as Azure Stack device. Now, this is what a device kind of looks like. So this is a huge server in itself, right? The one in the beginning. So this is what it looks like, Edge Pro. So this, okay, I think this will make more sense. This is what the device looks like. Now there are two of these. There is one that is called as Azure Stack Hub, and there's another one called as Azure Stack HCI. Now Azure Stack Hub is this type of a device in which just like you created the virtual machine here, or just like you control that access controller, just like you create recovery services vault and any other service like app service or function apps or logic apps, a whole bunch of services that are available, you'll be able to create them. You'll be able to create just like you would create on Azure. But the big idea here is that this will be sitting on your own on-premise, right? This is not going to leave your on-premise. This is literally going to be sitting in your own infrastructure so that the physical access is there for you, right? You will be able to get to it, and you can be assured that it's going to be sitting in your infrastructure, right? So this is what Azure Stack Hub has to offer. It is one way for you to have a certain type of infrastructure from Microsoft, right? It is given from Microsoft and it will be running in your infrastructure, which will be giving you certain type of a capability. And then it is going to allow you to run your virtual machines. It is going to allow you to run your other instances. If you want to run your Azure Active Directory, you'll be able to run your Azure Active Directory here as well. That way, you'll be able to control again what person should be able to access these resources, what person should not be able to access these resources, and all of it. You'll be able to seamlessly control using Azure Stack Hub. And then you have HCI, which is hyper-converged type of infrastructure. And what this allows you to do is, it is going to again give you a similar type of capability, an infrastructure of Azure that is going to be running on your infrastructure. But here, it is going to have slightly lesser capabilities compared to Stack Hub. In cost effectivity, it is less cheaper. It's a little more cheaper compared to a Stack Hub. So what you can do is you can have a Stack Hub, Azure Stack Hub set up in your own on-premise infrastructure. And on this on-premise infrastructure, you could have several Azure specific services, right? Not only regular virtual machines, right? But several PaaS service, right? You can have these PaaS services running on this Stack Hub. Now you might be feeling that, but then why don't simply buy another server for myself? Why should I go with Azure Stack Hub? Why not simply buy a server altogether for myself? That's a valid question. Why should you buy Stack Hub? See, what Stack Hub offers majorly is the capability of Azure Active Directory, which helps you in the hybrid integration. And along with that, it also gives you capability of running several PaaS services, which are really important. So at this point, since we are not intensively discussed about these PaaS services, it might not make too much of a sense. But once we actually discuss about these PaaS services, you will know how critical and important it is to be able to leverage that capability. And the big idea here is that you'll be able to run your app service, your function apps, your logic apps, your Azure Active Directory, and a lot of other platform managed services like SQL Server within the Azure Stack Hub, which is going to be running on your on-premise. And this can be taking care of your regular backups, your replication, and all of that, right? So that way you have one instance running on-premise, another instance running on Azure. That one goes down, and the one is always up and running. So this type of capability is what Stack Hub offers. Similar to that, we also have a hyperconverged hub for infrastructure, that is HCI. It is very similar to the Azure Stack Hub, but the major difference is that here, unlike a Stack Hub, you will not be able to run a lot of PaaS services, right? And it does not offer you Azure Active Directory. So these are the two reasons why you would not want to go for this. But otherwise, a lot of capabilities here as well you get, and you'll be able to seamlessly use this capability to bring all of that infrastructure straightforward onto Azure. So it's very simple to use, very easy to configure. And once you configure it, you can, just like you create your regular virtual machine, you'll still be able to do it. But this time, all of those resources are getting created in your own infrastructure. You are able to manage them in your own infrastructure, which gives you an added capability of how you run through it and how you manage your entire infrastructure as a whole. All right, so these are the two instances. So why would you want to use this? Again, in order to kind of give you an overall summary, if you are put in a situation where even after explaining the capabilities of the cloud, you're not able to justify as to what you can do in terms of hybrid capabilities, just go for these services like Azure Stack or a Hub or Azure Stack HCI, and you will be able to run your services, Azure specific services inside your own on-premise. So think of it like a small Azure data center, but this small Azure data center is sitting inside your data center, basically inside your own on-premise, right? So advantage of that, you'll be able to take the advantage of the hyperscale that Azure offers. You'll be able to take advantage of the security that Azure offers. You'll be able to take advantage of managed services like app service, function apps, logic apps, and Kubernetes service, container services, Azure Active Directory, and all of those advanced capabilities that Azure offers. Are bringing all of that to your own on-premises, and you're having them run in your on-premise, which could serve for a lot of purposes as you go on. So that's something that you can do with these services, and that is why you want to go for a stack service or a hyperconverged type of a service. Now, another interesting capability that Azure offers is something called as front door. But before we understand front door, let's first understand what are the challenges that you might encounter in your regular application runtime or runtime that you might have. So these are few of the challenges that you will typically notice when you are running a certain type of application, right? First of all, there is application performance and any kind of protocol that you want to implement. But since you are limited by your data center, you might not be able to take advantage of any cast protocol in a way. If it comes to monitoring for the backend resource, it's going to be pretty complicated, right? Because you would have distributed application. You would have few applications running in one set of a data center. You could have another set of services running somewhere else, and then they have their own front ends, right? So, giving you a small example, let's say that you have one application or one set of instances that is running ABC government.com, right? And then there is another instance that is running XYZ government.com, right? Two instances, two different applications running in two different places. So you need to manage the DNS separately. You want to manage this application as two different places altogether. So you need to have a certain group of people who is managing this, certain group of people managing this. And if at all you want to be enabling routing, it is going to be a problem. And I'll tell you why. So let's say that you have two different resources in the backend. One is having all the critical images of the lands, properties, and all other information like that. And you also have another part here, which is having a bunch of videos and other important things which are required for your government organization. Now, either you can have one domain configured here and the domain configured here, and then a separate request has to be made for this, a separate request has to be made for this, and every individual request is going to specifically point to either this resource or this resource, right? That is a regular challenge that you might face. You might have to have two different endpoints to which you are requesting. So request routing is not really very convenient in terms of a regular scenario. Multi-website management, when you have multiple websites like this, managing them together might be complex, right? You might have one bunch of people who are managing this, another bunch of people who are managing this, which could be slightly difficult. Let's say that you have two instances for managing your application, one single application, right? And two instances why you have created for high availability. Just in case one application goes down, another instance of the same application is always running. For that, you have created two instances. Now, what happens is when you have such two instances running, let's say both of them are working, there is a certain load balancer. And your request comes to load balancer, and then the request is either sent to this machine or this machine, depending on the availability. Now, let's say that you make your first request and the request goes to this machine. And when the second request comes in, even though there is some operation that you have initiated is happening here in this first machine, your request might be taken to the second machine, right? This is where the session affinity comes in. Session affinity is going to ensure that if your first request is going to your first machine, all the preceding requests have to go to the same machine. It shouldn't go to the second one, right? That is what session affinity ensures. And that is a major challenge because load balancers typically will not be able to configure for such type of a capability unless it has such type of a feature offered natively. It might be difficult to do that. And then you have SSL offloading. Basically, every time you have an application like this, right? In order to secure that application, you might be using a certain type of a SSL certificate or a TLS certificate. So when you have such type of a certificate configured, ideally what happens is the certificate is configured on the node or on the machine which is running your application. So now your virtual machine is doing two things. It is running your application, which is actually what it is supposed to do. Along with that, it is also doing the SSL offloading, which is an overhead. Your application, if your machine is being built to manage your application, ideally you would want your machine to be just managing the application. You don't want it to be worrying about offloading the SSL or taking care of encryption or decryption. But in a typical scenario that you might be running on your on-premise, that is what happens, right? You have a SSL server, which is SSL certificate that is attached to the virtual machine or your machine which is running your application, and that is taking care of offloading your decryption overhead as well. That is another challenge. Managing domain names is a big deal. You have two multiple domains that you want to manage, one separate DNS for this, one separate DNS for that, etc., etc. A lot of overhead over there as well. In terms of security, also it is a big deal. And managing your protocols, it is possible that your machines might simply not be able to support the HTTP version 2 protocol, because of which a certain type of request might simply be discarded. Right, that could be another reason, another challenge that you will see when you have applications that are globally distributed. However, there is a service on Azure called as front door service. Now, what this front door service allows you to do is think of it like a gateway. Think of it like a gateway for your Azure region, right? And Azure infrastructure. When you implement this gateway, it is going to evade you from all of these challenges, right? This gateway is going to be sitting as one endpoint to which all of your requests will come. And then based on several different factors, you'll be able to use this gateway, right? This can also kind of work as your traffic manager to understand where the request is coming from. If the request is coming from East US, it could help you route that request to East US. If the request is coming from India, it could help you to route that request to India. If your request is coming from other region, help you to route that request to a exact same region where the request is coming from. That is one thing that the gateway can do. This particular front door can do. And along with that, it also seamlessly allows you to connect your on-premise infrastructure. Right? A front door can be used in your on-premise infrastructure as well, and hence it enables you to build that type of a hybrid connectivity. And one of the things that I said in the earlier side is you have certain resources that are running your images and certain set of resources that are running your videos, right? And if the request comes like this, /images, right? You want to route it to this particular resource, this particular virtual machine. And if the request comes like this, /videos, you want to route it to this one, right? So URL based routing is also something that the front door can do, and your request can be coming to the front door with any of this, and front door you can configure to route that request to any given endpoint. The same can be done even on terms of domain names, whether the request comes to abcgov.com or xyzgov.com, right? The service can be the request can be coming from any of these sites. You can configure this particular front door, and you can say that if it is coming for this site, send it to these bunch of servers over here. And if the request is coming for this site, send those requests to this one over here. So that type of a configuration can very conveniently be built using the front door gateway service. And the advantage it gives you is SSL offloading. So like I said earlier, if you are creating a virtual machine for an application, make sure that it is just taking care of the application. You don't want it to decrypt or encrypt the data that is coming in or going out, right? So what front door allows you to do is it takes care of that SSL offloading. So all the SSL, so all these resources that are underlying here, it is very much possible that they are using a SSL certificate which is configured on your front door. And when the request comes, this is going to take care of decrypting that data and then forwarding it to the right type of resources. So then you can have your virtual machines just worrying about the application without having to worry about the encryption or decryption, which is going to increase the overall performance of your application. And since the SSL offloading is happening here, in a way you're going to have a demilitarized type of a zone which you can keep private, and without having to use SSL certificate you could be interacting it internally. However, if at all there is a secure HTTPS type of a traffic that is coming in, all the decryption happens on the front door, so your machines and underlying workloads can concentrate on what they are built to do. Now, in terms of security, again, Azure offers us different layers, different capabilities in terms of security. There's identity and access management. There's Azure Active Directory for enabling the login. We have seen a part of it. There is multi-factor authentication, just in case you want to ensure that anyone logging into your Azure or to your on-premise through Azure. Yes, that is possible. Once you establish a hybrid capability or hybrid connectivity, what you can do is whenever someone tries to log in into your infrastructure, right, the request will go to Azure Active Directory. And then the Azure Active Directory is going to allow or block the request to your on-premise infrastructure. So your on-premise can be extremely private, and all the communication that is happening through Azure, where you're monitoring the traffic, you're checking for the access, you're controlling the management and other things, and you're granularly controlling what person should be able to access the infrastructure, who should not be able to access the infrastructure, and all of that part. You can enable multi-factor authentication on your Azure Active Directory that allows you to securely only allow, the people, once the login with the password happens, you can either ask for the OTP on their mobile phone number, or you can send it on their email IDs. And based on that, the login can happen using multi-factor authentication. Role-based access control. Remember how I gave that government user access to a certain virtual machine? That was nothing but a role-based access control. So I'll be able to configure role-based access control as well as identity protection, which is an integral capability of identity and management support. And then we have application data protection. Like I said, every single byte of data that you add on Azure is going to be encrypted. That is simply how Azure is managing. But then if you are still not confident, if you are still not sure about using that Azure data, and if you are skeptical about keeping your data for whatsoever reason, Azure offers you services like Key Vault, wherein instead of using Azure certificates to encrypt your data, instead of using Azure secrets to encrypt your data, you can bring in your own certificates. You can bring in your own secrets, and you'll still be able to encrypt the data, your own certificates or your own secrets, which is going to secure it on a different level altogether. And it offers you security capabilities. It offers you VNet, VPN, network security group that allows you to manage the security on your subnet level, virtual firewalls on virtual network that allows you to manage the security on your virtual network layer. And DDoS protection is like a default capability that you get, right? Because DDoS protection, if you want to do it on your on-premise, again, you will need to engage several people to bring in such type of a capability. You will need to give them access for your infrastructure. They will need to monitor your network traffic before they can bring in that type of a capability. But Azure has smartly done all of those things in the backend long before we can bring in that type of capability, because of which you can simply enable DDoS protection on your virtual network, and you will seamlessly be able to protect your virtual network from any kind versatile. Azure Security Center is one dedicated service that has been built around security that is going to ensure how you manage security for your different services. And it has again a lot of different internal components that allows you to manage security for your infrastructure, not only on Azure, but also how you are using it on your on-premise. Now, this is something that we have heard that you can create such type of capability, right? But one of the organizations that has actually implemented this type of capability is a, organization called as, I mean, from the Municipality of Kashmir, which has actually implemented this, right? So this particular country also wanted to have a certain type of a hybrid connectivity, and these are actually one of the initial organizations with government of Canada that actually incorporated this. And using this, they were able to establish that type of a hybrid connectivity, right? Majorly, what they wanted to do is they wanted to bring in the business data warehousing capability onto Azure, right? They were using their own warehousing tools, but which turned out to be kind of complicated with time, right? And Gadania thought that maybe it's about time that they use the business processing on business warehousing type of capabilities that Azure has to offer. And that is when they came to Microsoft, and Microsoft provided them this type of a hybrid infrastructure. Of course, I mean, they have multiple partners, right? Even CloudDat, my organization that I'm working with, is also one of Microsoft partners. So if you want to establish that type of a hybrid connectivity and you go to Microsoft, Microsoft is going to route you to us or maybe one of the globally available partners, and they will enable you to help you to create such type of infrastructure, wherein half of your infrastructure residing on Azure, half of it on your on-premise. And what Cadenia maybe majorly wanted to do is they wanted to have all of the data on on-premise, but they wanted to bring all of that data to Azure SQL Analytics, right, which is now called as Azure Synapse Analytics, or SQL Business Data Warehousing, or Business Warehousing, or Big Data Warehousing, right? There's a service that Azure offers called as SQL Big Data Warehousing, which was there from very long time. Now it is called as Synapse Analytics, where you can bring in your data, relational data, or data from different endpoints. You can have one common place where you are processing all of this data and you're ensuring that that is in Java. Now, along with that, Azure offers certain services, and this is actually not a specific Azure capability. This is something that Microsoft offers in terms of development of your application. See, building the application from scratch is not that easy, right? You need to have several different expertise to be able to do that. And in order to give that capability to someone who don't have that expertise, Azure came up with a couple of platforms that through which you'll be able to very easily build these kind of applications. So Power Apps is one such platform that Azure offers that allows you to very easily bring in your data to your customer view without having to have any kind of a coding experience. You might not be a programmer, you might not be a developer, but even though you are not a programmer, you're a developer, you will very easily be able to bring all of that data on your, bring that application, build that application and bring it to your customer view, right? And the idea here is that it has seamless integration with SharePoint, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, SQL Server, and a lot of other things like that. So think of a scenario like this, wherein, and this is very much possible, right? Wherein you want to have all the survey, the land survey information, right, for different people who are purchasing the land from government, or a lot of people who are currently owners of certain land. You have a lot of that data kept in a certain type of a SharePoint. Now, what you want to do is you want to quickly build an application wherein the people can log in, right? And with their login, they are able to quickly get a view of the area that they are registered with, maybe in a simple way, right? Building such application can be done in a matter of, in a matter of days, right? Building this application is really easy, and connecting it to your data source is also effectively easy, right? Because of which you'll be able to do this. Very easy and very simple to build your applications. Now, this is what the portal looks like, wherein you can select, different things inside the portal itself, right? And the best part is that you'll be able to provide multiple interfaces in which your users will be able to access this. So just like you might have seen on Microsoft Word or Excel, it has places where you can create such project, give it to your customers views, and they'll be able to use it. If you want to add a certain amount of data, if you want to add a certain type of filter, you'll be able to do that. Saving your application, giving a view of how the application looks like, and all of that can be done. You'll be able to add multiple widgets like this. You're seeing multiple widgets here, right? It could be used for reporting, logging in, showing a map, and then showing them their specific area, and all of that can be seamlessly done. And along with that, it also offers you capability of configuring this entire dashboard in any specific way that you want. Now, this has a seamless integration with Automate as well. And what Automate allows you to do is it is going to give you simpler ways to automate the entire process. This has been majorly used in banking, manufacturing, insurance, as well as healthcare domains. It allows you to automate the business process. What could be the business process? The moment one of your employees goes to a certain area and he does the survey, he comes back and he updates it. You want it to get updated, or maybe he just sends a message. It goes to an area, it does a survey around that location, and it quickly sends a message. The moment the message is sent, you want to take that message and you want to log it into your database. Very easily done using Power Automate. Send automatic reminders for the past new task. Move business data between systems on schedule. Connects almost 300 different data sources on any different kind of publicly available API layers that you can ingest in your application. And you can also automate tasks on your local computer, like compute in data Excel. So the moment that file, the data comes in, you immediately want to take an operational task on that, you'll be able to do that as well. So this is just for building the application, right? And again, once you have built your application, there are several ways in which you'll be able to manage it and view it. One of the common tools that you will see in order to analyze all of the services or the data that is coming from your Power Automate and applications is Power BI. Now, you might have heard of Power BI before, which is one of the very commonly used analytical services on Azure that allows you to very easily connect your data sources and analyze it. Right? It also allows you to analyze that data on Azure. Allows you to connect your data, including multiple data sources. So your data can be sitting in a SQL storage. Your data can be sitting in a certain type of a file share or any other location, right? You will seamlessly be able to bring the data from any of this place and you'll be able to visualize this on Azure, right? That is the major capability on Power BI. Shape the data with queries. So what you want to do is you want to take the data from this and you want to take the data from this. You want to aggregate both of that data set. You want to bring certain type of a common endpoint between those data sets. You'll be able to do that using Power BI, right? You can use the data models to create visualization and report that I'll be showing you in a moment. And then you'll be able to share this report with multiple people and they will be able to view the report. So this is what a finally done report on Power BI looks like. Now, if I have to just give you a quick view of how you can enable this, how you can view this, uh, let me just take you to the Power BI portal and quickly show you what this looks like. Uh, right. So if you want to get started with Power BI, the typical site where you actually go and you begin with the whole thing is basically Power BI has its own site. And I'll be currently using a kind of a data set that I had usually used. And I'll be showing this whole thing on the same data set that I have been using from some time. So this, I have a sample data set that I've been having from some time. So you can quickly take a look at that one. Second. And it's really easy and simple to start working with this, and it's really intuitive how the whole application has been built. It's just showing you the desktop, I'm sorry, the web service of this whole thing, and you can go ahead and experiment later as well. Okay, I need a OTP. Oh yeah. So this is what the portal looks like. And the first thing that you do is you go to your workspace, and you see that I have so many workspaces over here. And you can create your workspace when you want to actually start working with this, right? So you can just say create a workspace. I will call it as GOV S R. Okay? And I'll save it. Now, once you have created this workspace over here, right? This is when you can start adding content on top of your workspace, right? So once you see here, you see that there's the add content here, and there are different type of content from which you can actually bring in your data, right? Otherwise, you can just go here and you can click on new and upload a file. So you might be having huge files, which is having a lot of organizational data that is coming from your government organizations. And once you select here, you just click on your local file, because I have a local file that I have downloaded. And then I can select the file that I want. So this is the file that I am picking, and you can see that there is certain segment. There are multiple segments here, and there's also one of the segment here that is specifically for government. And then this is overall giving us a separate type of metric about different sales that have happened for different segments, right? And overall sales that have happened, overall profit that has been earned from it, right? Which could be going on the repository, and then the date when it happened, and quite some information like you can see here, right? So there are different segments. Different segments are buying different products from different endpoint, and I want to visualize all of this data. So what I will do is I'll just upload this data. There is financial sample. That is the name of my data. And I'll go to Power BI. I'll say financial sample, and I'll open this, and I'll say import. So once you see that it has got imported, I'll be able to click on this, and you can see that. Okay, just a second. So if you take your cursor here, you will see that there is a create report option. So you click on create report, and then you select whichever data you want, whichever data is of your interest, right? So let's say I select by let's say segment, right? Segment is one, and I want to understand the gross profit that happened on that segment, right? So I selected segment. First I need to select the and then the date and the respective gross sales that might have happened on that segment. So you can see that it is giving me a certain type of visualization. Now this is a very simple visualization, right? If I want it to be shown in a certain type of graph, I can simply go ahead and pick the right type of graph. Let me just get the date here. Let me just consider the gross sales. So you can see that it is going to give me that data, and it is very specific, right? I can pick any specific type of data that I want, and it is seamlessly going to give me access in the right format. I'm able to see it. And I can pick any type of graph, right? If I just want to, not the segment, I want to view the country-wise gross sales that have happened in terms of date, right? So this can give me a bar chart of giving me overall information about what date and the sales that have happened, and on different products as well. So whichever is the data set which can be kind of added on top of, that can directly be represented here, right? When you select the graph and when you pick the right type of graph, it is automatically going to bring in all the data accordingly, right? In terms of date, it might take a little time to refresh, but ideally it will start showing up. So let's just give it some time to refresh, and we'll get back, and I will show you a couple of other things here as well. But otherwise, I think it's about time we take our first short break. We'll be coming back and we'll be looking more of this once we are back. But at this point, let's take our first short break, and let's be back. It's 12 p.m. right now. So let's be back by 12:10, and then we. All right, so I'll be back in 10 minutes and I'll see you all in 10 minutes and then we can continue with the rest of the things I have here. Hey everyone, I'm back. I hope you all are here as well. All right. So I hope you are able to see my screen. I was talking about how you can represent the data here, right? And like I said, you can pick the endpoints that you want once you have loaded your data, and then you'll be able to select any particular entity, and your graph will refresh accordingly. Now, currently, it is showing graph of one particular type. And then if you want, if you want to represent it in a different format, all you have to pick is the right way in which you want to represent this. For example, if I want to view the bar graph of it, I'll be able to visualize bar graph of it, and then I'll be able to pin it. So once I pin it, uh, I'll be able to share this report with multiple people who would want to actually visualize it in a final place. Right? So I'll select, I'll say just save it with this particular name, and the report has now been created. Right. And once the report like this is created, we'll also be able to share this report with multiple people. And then everyone with whom you have shared it will be able to get similar view of whatever you are seeing. And then they will be able to get any specific view of any particular type of a report that you might have created. And ideally, you can create dashboards on your Power BI, and you can share the dashboards with multiple people so that they granularly get access to only a particular part of report. So all of that can be done seamlessly on Power BI, which is in itself a great service that is in place. Very easy to visualize the reports. Very easy to create such type of graph is what makes Power BI very type of an intuitive service that you can use in various scenarios. So along with this, Azure also offers us a bunch of other services. If you want to analyze your data, Azure offers a set of cognitive services. Right now, we'll be talking a lot more about this, and we'll be seeing a couple of demos around these cognitive services. Anantit, who is our next speaker, has some intuitive ideas about how we can leverage cognitive service capabilities. Some applications will require you, for example, if you are building a government application which is targeted for people who are visually aided, right, and they might not be able to see properly. And for those people, you want to build an application that can get the inputs by speech, right? So if they say that open XYZ type of a window or open the sales report, you want them to say it and you want to convert it into text and you want to analyze it, or you want to open a certain window based on that spoken text. Azure offers us cognitive services that allows you to convert your speech to text to speech. And we have a couple of demos in which we can clearly see how it can be utilized. Very easy to build these services and very easy to leverage them. We'll be seeing a little demo after our 220 session that will give us a fair idea of how this is to be utilized. Now, there are different cognitive services in terms of speech, in terms of text, convert speech to text, text to speech, object detection, or object classification, or sentiment analysis, and a lot of other things that we can do using this particular service. Now, the idea is to incorporate all of these services to actually bring all of that data. Now, when we have so much of data that is being ingested from your applications that you have built using Power Platform, and all of that being represented in Power BI, where do you save all of that data, right? Data Lake Store is one such service on Azure which is capable of saving all of that data for you, right? Irrespective of what is the type of your data you're ingesting, you can keep all of that data in your Data Lake Store. And the big advantage of Data Lake Store is it has in-memory compute. So this in-memory compute capability allows you to process your data in the live memory, which makes your processing really, really quick. So you want to run your Spark clusters and all of this, it can be done very easily using the Data Lake Store. And then you have certain analytics platforms as well. Power BI is one of those that we discussed. Another very intuitive type of analytics platform that Azure offers is Databricks. And Databricks has its own set of capabilities. It is going to allow you to bring data from multiple endpoints, and then you'll be able to run your machine learning workloads on Databricks itself, right? So this also is one of the services that allows you to run your machine learning workload seamlessly on your Azure infrastructure. So with that being said, let's look at the data services, which is the next topic that we have, and which we'll be talking about for next 1.5 2 hours. Majorly, that is going to be data services, and along with that, we'll also be seeing the way you can modernize your application. So this is the next part of our agenda. We'll be looking at data services. Followed by this, we'll be looking at how we can modernize applications using app services and function apps and logic apps. We'll be having a couple of demos around this as well. Now, so the first thing that I'd like to tell you is when in terms of data services as well, Azure offers different infrastructure as services as well as platform as services if you want to keep your data, if you want to log your data. And if I have to talk about how Azure gives this, right? If you go to the Azure portal, you will see that there are different ways you'll be able to get this. So if I want to have a SQL type data, right now, let me just go to my whiteboard before I show you this. Right. So here, in terms of data, we are looking at SQL type data or a NoSQL type data. So if you want to have your SQL type data created, either you can go for a typical infrastructure as a service, or you can go for certain managed instances as well. And in NoSQL as well, you can simply go and host your NoSQL type database on virtual machine, which is one way to do it. Otherwise, there is a service called as Cosmos DB that I'll be talking about that allows you to manage your data in many different ways. Now, in terms of before we go for Cosmos DB, I'd first like to talk about SQL. There is infrastructure as service, wherein you have a certain type of a virtual machine, and this virtual machine itself is going to be running your SQL, right? And your SQL database is then going to be available for your usage. And the idea here is that this type of a virtual machine that you're running on infrastructure as a service, it is very close to what you'd be running on your on-premise infrastructure. Very similar. So you get the capability of SQL Server agent and all of the things over here. You can schedule your regular backups and all of those things using this. However, if you want to go for PaaS, there are a few options here. Either you can simply host a SQL database, which is just going to be a database instance. You can go for SQL Server, right? You can go for something called as SQL Managed Instance, and you can go for Elastic Pool. Right, so these are a few of the options in which you'll be able to host your SQL Server, and these are the PaaS offerings. Right, when I say PaaS offerings, you'll be able to go to Azure portal and seamlessly create them. Okay, so if I now go to Azure portal and if I just type SQL, right, you will see multiple options here. So SQL database, server, Elastic Pool, managed instance, all of these are the ones that fall under platform as service. Right, these are all PaaS services. And then there is SQL virtual machine, right? Let me just kind of give you a view of the scale that you can create these kind of virtual machines. So I just click on this SQL virtual machine, which is infrastructure as a service, right? Now I create one of this, right? I just create one of this and I'll show you the things that you can select here. So you can see that deployment options, right? I'll just say create a new SQL type of a machine. And I'll say, I just want to go for something like a SQL virtual machine here. Okay. And this is the infrastructure as a service that I want to create. If you click on this drop down, it is going to ask you what is the server version of Windows that you want to use, right? There are a bunch of different server options that you can pick from. And I can just pick this 2019, which seems okay for me. And when I click on create, that is going to take me to a portal where it's going to show me how I want to create it. So let's say I will create it in a new resource group. Resource group is just like a logical container where you are keeping your resources, right? Let's give a VM. I just select one of the closely available regions. So this is not in terms of proximity. East US is actually one of the regions that offers me maximum number of sizes, right? So that kind of scale, that kind of size, maximum different type of sizes are available on East US, and that's the reason I'm picking East US. But otherwise, there's also Central India, South India. Now just look at the capacity in which you can create this SQL server that is running on your infrastructure as service, right? So if you look at this RAM, you can get immense amount of RAM or memory that you would want for this virtual machine. Notice that there is 64 GBs of RAM, right? There is 80 GBs of RAM. In fact, you can go up to terabytes of RAM, right? There is one virtual machine that gives you up to 4,000 terabytes, 4,000 GBs of RAM or 4 terabytes of RAM. There are also virtual machines that can offer you up to 5 TBs of RAM, which is immense. So when you have that type of scale of a virtual machine, and when you're able to vertically scale your virtual machine to such an instance, you can only imagine the kind of capability that it gives you, right? So there are a lot of different sizes of virtual machines that you can get here, and you'll be able to deploy it from any of these. So I'll just pick with the default one that is giving me at this point, and I'll just stick with that. So I can either pick this one, DS1 V1 looks good. So I'll just select that and I'll create this. And then the username and password that you would typically get on your Windows machines. This is going to be the username and password for your underlying virtual machine, which is going to in which you are creating this. You can enable the ports that you want to enable later. Of course, if you want to allow for SQL, the other ports that you want to open can also be opened. And there are a bunch of disks that you can create. Type of disk. There is premium SSD that you usually use for production purposes, or if you are looking for something that you want to use for development or testing type of purpose, you can go for standard SSD or standard HDD, which comes with a slightly lesser amount of cost. And then since you have enabled the SQL Server capability, you can see that SQL Server setting is also given to you, where you can configure different things. You can specify the credential if you want. Currently, it is just going to use the Windows credential if I don't specify any kind of authentication. Otherwise, I can provide it the SQL administrator username and password as well. I will everyone create this. So that is how simple it is to get started creating a SQL Server. Now, once this machine is created, this machine already has all the things that are required to run your SQL Server. It has the SQL Server installed, Management Studio installed. It also has the server agent installed. Everything is readily given to you, right? Even though it is infrastructure as a service, you would normally assume that since it is IaaS, you might have to install the server once the machine is deployed, but that is not the case. This is going to readily give you everything that you would want, and it is going to create that resource so that you can directly log in, and all the resources that you would want to run your SQL server are readily given to you, and you'll be able to start using it. So this is one way we can deploy SQL here. Other way is if you look at the SQL, there is SQL Server. Now this is a managed instance. When I say managed instance, what happens is along with running this as a normal SQL server, see what happens is in the previous case that you were seeing where the deployment is happening, right? This SQL server comes with a slightly a set of few limitations. For example, if you want to have a cluster mechanism or if you want to schedule backups, all of that has to be configured on the agent explicitly, right? Which might take a lot of time, which might take a lot of expertise to connect those to SQL servers, put them in the single availability group, and all of that is going to be really challenging in this case. However, when you go for a managed instance like this, it comes with its own set of features, right, which makes all of that really easily configurable. So I'll deploy one SQL server as well, which is managed instance. But then the challenge here is that you don't get the access over your underlying operating system. You'll not be able to access it. So that is available. And I want to give a admin username and password. I can simply create this. So if you want a simple way where you are not really concerned about the underlying server, right? You just want to create a database, and that is pretty much all you want to do. In that case, you can simply create a SQL database. So what you are seeing here It's a very similar SQL database. So here, don't even have access to the underlying server. You will only be able to access your database as a whole, right? Now, while these are getting created, let's quickly take a look at different offerings and what they can do for you. Now, what we have currently hosted so far is we have hosted one of these SQL server that is running on the virtual machine, and we have hosted one of these, right? SQL server itself. So now this managed instance is something that comes in when you want to migrate, right? So for migration based scenarios, this can come in really handy for you. The reason is because this is really good for live migration. So let's say that you have an existing database that is currently being used, right? And while that database is currently running, taking care of your operational activities, simultaneously you also want to migrate that data, right? So when you are doing such type of a live migrations, SQL managed instance can be really helpful. It allows you to migrate your SQL databases while your database is in production, or SQL server while your SQL server is in production. SQL database is a very simple way of having just a database. You specify the amount of throughput you want, you specify the amount of data transfer units that you want, the size you want, and then the database is created, right? Very little control over the server over here. In fact, there's absolutely no control over the server over here. You will just be able to create this database and bring your existing database into this, right? Or replicate the data from your existing database directly into this. There are multiple options that Azure offers if you want to run your SQL databases. Similarly, if you have a certain type of a NoSQL database, right, that is where you have Cosmos DB. Now, Cosmos DB has a lot of advantages over a regular NoSQL database. One of the major advantages of Cosmos DB is turnkey replication, as it mentions on Microsoft. You might have your database and you might want to replicate it in multiple regions. Having Cosmos DB makes it really, really easy and really, really simple, because it is as simple as going to the portal and selecting where all you want to replicate that data, and replication happens seamlessly in the backend, right? Another major advantage of this is well-defined API layers. So once you create this Cosmos DB, you can utilize this as a MongoDB. If you want, you can utilize it as a SQL database. If you want, you can utilize it as a regular storage account table type of database. Gremlin database, if you want to have a graphical type of database to be created, right? You can go for Gremlin database, and then you can also use it for columnar database. So either you're using a graph database or a columnar database or a very simple NoSQL type of database, you can use Cosmos DB to leverage that capability. Now, along with these two standard capabilities, that is turnkey replication and API layer, Cosmos DB also offers consistency. It has 5 well-defined consistency patterns, right? Bounded stillness, strongly consistent, session consistent, eventual consistent. There are 5 different well-defined consistency levels that you can pick from. Each of these consistency levels defines the kind of uh, trade-off that you would want to have between the replication and the throughput. So that is something that you can seamlessly configure on the service itself. I'll be showing how we do it on the portal in a moment, but just understand at this point that it offers you different kind of API layers. And the idea is once you use any of these API layers, you will seamlessly be able to deploy it and utilize it on the portal. Let's go back and see if my instances have got created. So you can see that it's still in deployment. And let's not look at this because anyways it is very similar infrastructure as a service on a virtual machine. Let's look at the things that we have here on the SQL server before. So while I am showing you these SQL server, what I will also do is I just deploy Cosmos DB. And when that Cosmos DB is getting deployed, we can just come and take a look at different options we have here on my SQL server. So I'm logging in on my portal again. And this time I'm going to quickly create a Cosmos DB so that I can show you few features that are available here. Cosmos DB, I say create. And notice that it gives me what is the kind of SQL, what is the kind of API layer that I want to pick right away. So I can pick like core SQL if I want. And then it is going to ask me for which resource group I want to create, and I'll create a new resource group for this. And account name, the region is fine. I'll quickly create this. Great. So while it is getting created, let me just go back to my SQL server and quickly show you what we have here. Right. Right. So my SQL server is created here, and notice that it has a SQL database that I can create within this. Right. Currently, there are no databases, and if I want to create, I can quickly create a database under this. And you need to have a separate management studio and all of that when you're working with your regular on-premise. However, here you don't need to worry about it. I can create it as uh, you know the DB as the name of the database I want to use. And then currently I'll just leave this elastic pool to know. See what elastic pool allows me to do is typically when you talk about this type of a server, right? When you have a server like this, within this you will have multiple databases, right? And certain databases, let's say that this is something that is happening. This particular database is getting too many transactions. Maybe it is getting around 2000 transactions per second, right? And then this is getting around 20 transactions per minute. So here you can see that the required throughput is very little compared to this one. So when you are very sure that here you will need more throughput, you will manually need to go and configure on the database, right? And if at all you are seeing that so much of throughput is not utilized, you will manually need to go and you will need to change the throughput if you want to save the cost, right? That is the challenge with a regular normal database if you have. However, what Elastic Pool allows you to do is it is going to create these databases and it is going to share the compute, shared compute and memory. So when you have shared compute and memory, you don't have to worry about how the resources are being utilized underneath, right? It is going to automatically distribute the required amount of compute, required amount of memory to the right databases so that it is best cost optimized compared to a regular database. So that is what Elastic Pool type of database gives you. However, we'll not be looking much into Elastic Pool. We'll just have a look at the regular database that you can create. So this is for the virtual machine that has got created anyway. So this is going to create. Notice that the cost here is approximately 16,000 per month because it is a huge size of a SQL database that I'm currently creating here in this server. So this is actually setting up my server and then it is creating that database as well. So now if I go to my server, I should be able to see this database that I've created. It might take a little time, and once it is created, you'll be able to see the database here, and you'll be able to go inside it, create tables, and do any typical activity that you would want to do on your database. Now, one of the advantages, right? If you talk about a SQL server that is running on a virtual machine, you will not get a capability of taking regular backups. Backup is something that you will explicitly need to configure. However, if you'll notice here, there is a direct way I can schedule my backup, right? But first of all, let me tell you that these backups are automatically configured, right? You don't need to exclusively do this. By default, there is a certain backup policy that runs all the time, which is ensuring that your data is backed up regularly. But if you want to explicitly mention, see, typically it backs up after every week, okay? But if you want to configure and take backup every day, that is when you can come here and specifically granularly say that this is how I want my backup frequency to be, and accordingly it is going to configure the backups, and you'll be able to schedule the backups as and how you want. So you'll be able to see this once the database is created, you'll be able to schedule a backup, and accordingly it is going to automatically take this regular snapshots of your disk and keep the backup, and you'll be able to restore from any of the existing backups as well, those kind of capabilities also. SQL Server provides. However, this is for the data, and those are the kind of things that you can do on the SQL Server in terms of data. And the other aspect that you also have when it comes to NoSQL, it's really good for managing your SQL type of data. Also, notice how you can control give control over the different organizational folks. If you want some particular group of people to be able to be the administrators, another group of people to only be the contributors and other things like that, you can use your Active Directory roles. Active Directory is something that I was showing you where I created the user, right? So those Active Directory roles can be given granular control over this particular database, and all of that can be done seamlessly. So you don't have to worry about doing it explicitly using the roles of your organization. You can directly do it on the Azure portal itself by defining the roles and the access that they are supposed to have, right? So you can see that I have the database that has got created here, right? And I can go inside the database and I'll be able to create tables. And if I want, I'll be able to integrate with Power BI directly to bring the data from this database and visualize it on my Power BI. Notice it also has connection with Power Apps and Power Automate. That way, I'll be able to connect it to my built application to directly access this database seamlessly. Apart from this, the other type of database that I was talking about is Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL type database. And I was saying how easy it is to replicate the data. See, when you talk about a normal NoSQL database, replication is itself a big challenge because you will have to create multiple databases in multiple regions, connect those databases together so that the replication can be initiated, right? However, what this offers is something called as replicate data globally, right? You're seeing one of the option here, replicate data globally. And if I click on this, it is going to show me the region where it is currently deployed. So, the one that you are seeing with the tick mark here, that is the region where my database is currently deployed. Now, for whatsoever reason, if I want to replicate it in somewhere in Europe, and I also want to replicate somewhere in India, right? I can just select these regions. I'm just selecting it, uncheck or check. So I'm just selecting these regions, and I'm selecting Indian region as well. Currently it's unchecked, and now I'm just checking that region as well. And then I have to say whether I want these replicated instances to only be read enable, or I also want my customers to be able to write on that database. So I can just enable this, and then it's as simple as that. The moment I save this, replication starts happening in the backend, and every time there's an update that is happening in any one of the instances of your databases, all those replications are automatically updated with the latest changes that are happening on your database. So your application is going to update these databases, and by the native capability, by the platform capability of the replication, automatically all of those replication is taken care by Azure, ensuring that all the instances of your databases have the latest copy of your data that is coming in. Now, another intuitive feature of this particular service is how it offers us different consistency patterns. Sometimes making sure that your customers get the latest copy of your data might be your priority, or sometimes latency might be, or throughput for your customers might be your priority. Now, these different options that you see here is going to give you different ways of controlling how the consistency is defined within your database. You can go for bounded staleness. This defines that if my data is present in one region, what is the maximum delay that I'm open with? Okay. Now, as you go from strong to bounded staleness to session to consistent and eventual, basically what is happening is your throughput is increasing, but your consistency is slightly reduced, right? That way, strong gives you highest consistency with least throughput, right? Because what happens when you go for strong consistency is, first of all, you have replicated your data, right? So your data is present in multiple regions now. And then in strong consistency, when the data update happens here, right? This is your application which is actually getting the data. This is your application. When the data update happens here, first, even before you get a 200 OK signal, or a response code of 200 that the update has happened, that update will be happening on this instance, this replication. That update will happen on this instance as well. And once it has been updated on both the instances, that is when you will get a success code of 200 saying that your data has updated successfully. And since you get the acknowledgement only after the replication is successful, That is the reason here the throughput is more, right? Because there is some time that is taken to replicate the data before you get a 200 signal saying that your success operation is done. So this is where it takes a little throughput trade-off, but then the consistency is maximum. Meaning, what happens is the moment you're updating a certain data, your users will always get access to the latest data because anyways it has been updated. However, if you consider any of these other consistency patterns like bounded stillness, consistent prefix, or eventual, these are all eventually consistent. So the moment you update the data on your primary database, you immediately get a response code saying that the data has been updated. But the actual update happens over a period of time, right? It does not happen immediately. Over next 30 minutes, 20 minutes, the replication is happening. So when the update is happening for you, you will immediately get a response. But the replication happens over time, and that is the reason the consistency is slightly lesser. So even though you might have changed a certain value in your database, your customers or the people who are going to visualize that data might still get a older visibility of data. They may not get the latest update of the data. So consistency decreases as you go, but the speed is more, right? Eventual of consistency gives you maximum speed, but with least amount of consistency. In bounded stillness, you can define that you are okay with certain amount of consistency, right? I can say that maximum I'm okay with 1 minute of consistency, right? Or 1 minute of delay in my replication. That is how I can define that on my consistency pattern on my database. This is a Cosmos DB, so it might take a little time, and I think it is because of the regions that I've selected, it is not enabling it at this point. But ideally, that is how it works. I'll be able to define a certain type of consistency, and accordingly, it is going to work with my pattern and my replication that I've selected. So this is my Cosmos DB, and like I said, the other major database service that you'll be using is my SQL server, and you'll be able to configure in both of this. And remember that when you go for infrastructure as a service, you have maximum control. You'll be able to configure how your data is behaving. You'll be able to control how your data flows from one point to another point. You'll be able to control it in security terms. And if you go for a managed service, you will not be able to access your operating system. You'll not be able to access the underlying infrastructure, but you'll be able to do a lot of things about in other aspects of how you are managing it, taking regular backups. Those becomes really easy when you go for these platform services. So this is the Cosmos DB that I was talking about, and various different ways of having this created as well. So next thing that I would like to talk about how you can modernize your applications and the ways in which you can modernize your application on Azure. Typically, when you want to bring your application on Azure, what you do is this is how you configure it, right? And in fact, if you're talking about any type of infrastructure as a service, where you just want to do a lift and shift, wherein you have your application on your on-prem and you just want to bring those applications as it is onto cloud and you want to run them. However, there are a lot of challenges that you will face here. It's a little slightly tricky, and you need to have proper expertise to be doing it if you want to go for infrastructure as a service. And it's a little time-consuming process because what you will need to do if you want to bring your application on infrastructure as a service is, first of all, you will need to create a virtual machine, and then you will pick the operating system which you want to install on top of it. Once you have set up your operating system, then you will decide about what is the framework that you would want to use. That would be Node.js, or it could be a very simple HTML file type of application, a static website. It could be a PHP application, or it could be a Python application that is built on Django, or many other frameworks that are there, right? Or it could be a .NET application which is running the ASP.NET application as well. So you set up the framework, another big challenge, and then you set up the framework, and then you bring in your application, right? And then you start using your application, which is good. Or you can just bring your application from your on-premise, and once your this part is ready, the framework is ready, you'll just be able to import that application and you will start running your application and you're set. Doing this on my Azure, setting up the framework and installing the framework, installing all the dependencies and other things, it might still take me only to set up the framework. It might take me up to maybe 2 hours to make sure that the framework is supported for the application and all of those things. Now, after spending 2 hours and after bringing your application, you start running this, which is good. And let's say that you want to replicate it. Why would you want to do that? Because this virtual machine is able to support only 1,000 requests for 1,000 users, but then you are expecting that tomorrow you are going to get 5,000 users who are going to be using the application. Again, you will need to do the same thing. Again, create the entire virtual machine with the operating system, with the framework, and then you bring in your application and you start running it. Use a load balancer to distribute the load across both of these machines. So a lot of overhead goes into building this type of an infrastructure, and it's a lot more time consuming in a way. And that's exactly why we need a modern approach of doing things, and that is where platform as service comes into picture. Now, Azure offers us a bunch of platform services wherein you can very easily bring your application and start using it. One of the most commonly used platform services is app service to run your web apps, to run your API apps, to run your mobile apps as well. Another common type of PaaS service is function apps that you can create. I'll be talking about both of these in a moment. And again, here, a very simple created managed service and very good for running your APIs. Ideally used for running your APIs, right? This is another service that is also in place today that allows you to run your modernized application. So why do I need to go for this? Why exactly do I need these platform as services? First of all, platform as services comes with the main idea is changing the traditional approach of developing your application and management method. That way you'll be able to conveniently scale your application, bring it to your customer views and perform operations like that. That is the reason you would want to go for a managed service. Now, when I say that these are managed services, they always come with a certain type of a service level agreement that Microsoft adhere to. And these service level agreements are something that Microsoft will always ensure that they are met, right? Because what happens is when you are having such type of a application that you want to manage, right? In terms of manageability, in terms of scale, in terms of a replication as well, it might be difficult to manage. But when Microsoft says that we are giving you a certain type of a SLA, they will ensure that they are adhering to it, right? And these are certain SLA definitions that you usually see. Certain application services that you use has 99.99% SLA. Certain application services or database services have 99.95% SLA, and services like a normal virtual machine come with 99.9% SLA. Now, if you have to provide this type of a SLA on your on-premise, getting to 99.9% itself is a big deal, right? Because if your application is going down, there's going to be a lot of time that is put into bringing your application back up. A lot of time is required. But when Azure say that I'm offering you a 99.99% SLA, what they mean to say is no matter what happens, irrespective of what is happening on our infrastructure, we will assure you that maximum in a span of 52 minutes, right, your application will be back and running. And this 52 minutes is for the entire year, right? That's the reason it looks like so much time. Ideally, per month and every month, whenever your application goes down for whatever reason, worst to worst case, it might take so much time. But is that a problem, or is that something that you should be considered to, worried about? Not really. Why? Because ideally, when I'm building a certain type of a site on my production, what I will do is I will create two instances of my application. One instance running in one region, another instance running in another region, and then I will use a traffic manager to route the traffic between both of these regions. Right? I'll use a traffic manager to route the traffic between both of these regions. Ensuring that I have my traffic manager in place like this is going to make sure that my data is going to be, if at all one of the region is going off for whatsoever reason, another region is going to be up and running. And at the same time, both of the instances come with this type of a SLA. So that's the reason, if at all for whatever reason, one of my instances is going down, it is not a problem, because in the span of next 4 minutes in that month, again, it is going to be up and working, right? So that's going to make it really, really easy to use, and you don't have to worry about how it is being managed in the underlying infrastructure. It is all managed by Azure for you. So let's understand more about these services, and let's see how we can create and configure them. Majorly, the advantage here is that if you go for infrastructure as a service, agreed, you get maximum control. You're starting right from your virtual machine. You select the operating system you want, the runtime you want, and then you spin your applications and start running your application. However, if you go for your platform services, Azure or we will take care of all of these things for you. right? We will take care of the underlying storage, networking, compute, virtual machine, operating system, and other things. All you have to be concerned about is just bringing your application and running it, right? Which makes it really quickest time to market. You'll be able to bring your application and host it on a platform as a service in a span of 15 minutes, literally 15 minutes. That is how quick you'll be able to bring your application. And the other thing that all the applications that you build for your customers, you can call it as a software as a service because your customers are just going to be using those applications. Or the reports that you are building on your Power BI is again a software as a service which is going to be used by your end customers to deploy certain services. Now, what we are going to be talking about in next 1.5 hours is all about platform as service and the capabilities of these type of platform as services that Azure has to offer. So the first thing that I would like to talk about as a service is app service. So I'll just use the whiteboard to kind of give you a gist of what app service can do, and then we can go and take a look at a quick demo to understand how we can actually create this. Just give me a second. Just great. All right. So app services is one of the service that is available on Azure, and whenever you want to create this app service, it has to be created, must be uh, created within a app service plan, right? So there are two things, two services that you need to be aware of when you are working with this particular scenario. When you want to work with app service, the first thing you need to do is you need to create a app service plan, right? Now, what are these two things? These are the two things that you will directly see on the portal, right? So if I go to my portal, here there is app service, and then there is app service plan, right? So these are the two things that I'm talking about, which you need to have in place when you're working with this. So every app service that you are seeing here has to be created within a app service plan, right? App service is where your application runs, and app service plan is the underlying environment on which your app service runs. Okay, so these are two services. Okay, just remember that for now. These are two services that I can create. And once I create an app service plan, right? This is my app service plan. Within this app service plan, I have multiple app services, right? This is an app service. And this app service is where my application is running. My application runs over here. Okay, my application runs over here. So I can have one application running here, another application running here, another application running over here, right? Within an app service plan. So what I will do right now is we will quickly create a app service plan. Under that app service plan, we will see the options that you need to configure, which defines the underlying infrastructure. And then we will quickly create a simple app service as well. Okay. So first, let's create this and visualize certain options that is going to help us understand the different things that I'm going to discuss once it is finally created. And you will also see several options when you are creating it itself so that you get an idea about how this is getting done. Now, like I said, an app service plan is needed before you create an app service. So what I will do is I'll first create an app service plan. Okay. So what I'm creating right now is I'm creating this app service plan. Just give me one. Sorry about that. All right. So I click on this create to create my app service plan. And of course, just like you saw how we create the resource group and other things, first thing that I need to do is have a resource group. I can either put it in an existing resource group, I have a bunch of resource groups that I've created before itself, or I can create my new resource. Name of my app service plan. And notice how I'm choosing to have it whether running it on a Windows machine or a Linux machine, right? So I'll just pick this. And the moment I pick that, it is just going to configure itself, right? And then it is going to create this in a Windows environment. If I want, I can run it in the Linux environment as well. However, I'll just pick Windows for now. Let me create this. So what major thing that I configured when I was creating my app service plan is the environment, right, or the operating system, and that was the Windows operating system. Now, once this app service plan is created, within this, I will go ahead and create a app service. Right. So let this get created. Let's just give it a moment. Just give me 1 second while it is just getting created. All right. So my app service plan has got created. Now what I will do is within this app service plan, I will go ahead and create my app service. So app service plan is created. I'll go to the resource. So this is my app service plan. Great. And now I will start, and remember the name of the app service plan. It is app service GOV. And then I will create an app service within this. So create an app service. I'll pick the same resource group which I had created my app service plan. Okay, let me just show you what the apps resource group looks like before when we get there. So I'll just search for all the resource groups because you might have not noticed it so far. I have so many resource groups here, and one of the resource groups is this one that we just created, right? We created one for Cosmos DB. You can see that is here, and within that we just have the Cosmos DB. We also created one for SQL, and you can see that the SQL, sorry, recovery services vault, it is here. We created one for SQL, and you can see that resource group is also here. So resource group is in a way just to keep your resources together in a place, right? Similarly, I have created this app service plan in this resource group, and you can see that my app service plan is created inside this. Now, currently, you're seeing only one resource, that is my app service plan. Now, I want to create an app service within this. So, in the same app service plan. Let me just go to app service here, and I'll create one of this. I'll pick the same resource group, that is government app RG. I'll give it a name. Now this is where I select my runtime stack. So I'm not installing so if it was a virtual machine, it would have been my responsibility to install the underlying runtime stack. It could be .NET, it could be Node.js or anything else. Just give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So I'm creating my new name here. And then the runtime stack that I want to use, let me just pick a ASP.NET type of application for now. And the region. Now notice that the moment I select this region, Central US, it has automatically picked the app service plan. This is the app service that I created earlier, right? So what am I doing right now? Earlier I had created this, right? App service plan. And now I'm creating the app service inside the same app service plan, right? So this is what is happening here. I'm creating this app service inside this app service plan. And I'll quickly review and create this. Create. So that is how simple it is to build my application. Now, of course, this is going to host a very simple dummy application that you will be able to access. But then we will just go and make few changes in this application to understand, how we can actually perform different changes within this. Let it get deployed, and then we can visualize the other things. Not just about deployment, it has a lot of other advantages in terms of the way you use it for DevOps pipelines, and how you can bring in those CI/CD pipelines, integrate with it. If you want to have multiple stacks created, right? You want to have application to be developed in one set type of a compute instance, and then before you bring it onto production, you want to test it. So in order to have that, you want to create three different environments: one for testing, one for development, one for QA, right? So all of those things can be very easily created by having this, right? Because it is a managed instance, and since it is a managed instance, creating this deployment slots, scaling it is all something that is offered as just to offer service capability, right? You don't have to explicitly do it. It is already being taken care by the service itself, right? So we will see how we can have that all of those capabilities given to us also in a moment. So you can see that my app service is created. I will go to this resource. Now, if I just go to my resource group again, at this point, I would see multiple services inside that resource group. This is the resource group in which we have created both of these, government app RG. And notice that I have two things now, right? So within this, in fact, three things. Just a refresh. Now, this is for monitoring purposes. Don't worry about this, just exclusively meant for monitoring. However, notice these two things. I have my app service plan, which I initially created, and then I have my app service within that. Now, if I click on this app service, you will see that this is my service. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Sharad, that sounds good. I have my app service in place. I have my app in place. But how do I push my code? How do I bring in my application, right? That is basically what we want to do. We want to run our application. There are multiple ways of doing it. If you want, you can connect it to a source control like GitHub, and you can pull your code from GitHub. Or if you want, you can create your application, you can package your application, and you can directly upload your application, right? Uploading your application to this environment is directly going to bring your application online. Or you can build the application from scratch as well. I'll be showing you how it is done. So currently, this is the URL of my application. So I'll just copy this URL, and let me just put it here. So this is the application that is currently running here, okay? And this is a very simple dummy application that you get by default whenever you host app service. And this is the simple web page that is present inside my app service right now, and that's the reason I'm able to see this particular web page. Right? There's nothing much except for this simple web page that I have at this point, like you can see here. That's the only part that I have currently. Okay, there's nothing much, but just this application. Very simple web page. Now, what I will do is, let's say that I want to modify the code a little bit. So if you go underneath here, uh, under advanced tools, okay, you see that there's the advanced tools here. Click on the advanced tools, and then you go for it. There's something called as Kudu environment. Kudu environment allows me to edit my code, view my code, and perform other operations. So I just go pick my ID. Debug console, I just pick command line type of console. And you can see that just like any other server, you have access to all the files of this particular environment. Go to site www root, and this is basically the page that is being shown over here, right? That my application is running. So I can also edit it. I'm not a intense developer as such, but yeah, I have done scripting at some point here and there a little bit. So let's just do this. Uh, Something like that, right? And I'll save it. So this is my application. Now I'll go back to this and I refresh it. So you can see that that is where my application is running. So basically, you hosted your application, you received a URL endpoint, and currently this is the endpoint that it is given, right? If you want, you can make a quick note of this. I can give you like 10 seconds to quickly try it on your own. You can go to newgovapp.azurewebsites.net. This is the URL, right? And if you will just go to the this particular URL, you will see the application that I just hosted using the PaaS service. And it becomes really easy and simple. Like you saw how we can go edit the code and all of that. Really easy done. And you'll be able to visualize this app. So this is the URL for the application that we have just hosted. And how much time did it take it for us? Since I was talking about the process as I was implementing that, it took me a little more time. Otherwise, it literally takes me not more than 5 minutes to do the whole process, right? And in fact, just to keep things in flow, what I did is I first created an app service plan and then I created the app service inside it, which again, from an understanding perspective, is easy. But what I can also do is I can directly create an app service, and while I am creating it, right, I can directly give my while I'm creating it itself, I can directly give my app service plan, and I can both of them will be created simultaneously, which makes it a lot more quicker, right? So you can view at this site and you can see, you'll be able to get a view of how the site looks like, right? And notice that I'm seeing that there is quite a spike. I think you all are also visiting the website if I'm not wrong, because I see that you see this metrics here. I can see that there is some kind of a ingress and egress that is happening. So I'm pretty sure at least a few of the people who are in this training are accessing this application, and that's the reason there is a little bit of traffic. And as and how the traffic gets increases, right, these values will start increasing, right? And if many people are visiting that website, you can see that this is the website again, just in case you missed it. So the idea what I'm trying to bring to your table here is that it is not about just hosting your application. If you are hosting your application services that I'm talking about, right? It comes with SLA and all of that is definitely there. Along with that, since it's a modernized type of a platform where you're running your application, it comes a lot of other capabilities, right? You're able to visualize the metrics of your application, the performance of your application, the number of views that are happening on your application, and all of that can seamlessly be accessed using the portal itself, right? So I saw there was a spike in the middle, and maybe there are quite lesser people who are trying to access it now. So there's a dip in the people who are viewing the application. So this kind of a metrics, if you want to bring it in your regular application that is running on infrastructure as a service or on your on-premise, it is really challenging. It is not as simple. But then, since you are doing it on the native service of Azure, it gives you these type of capabilities of viewing your application and checking out how your application is performing. So metrics is one thing. It gives you a clear aligned idea about how your application is scaling and other things. Along with that, it also gives you different platforms. It could be a PHP application, it could be a .NET application, it could be a Node.js application. Irrespective of the type of application, you'll be able to host it and you'll be able to run it here. No problem with the hosting environment that way. Very easily doable. Another major advantage here is that deployment slots. See, currently the URL that you are seeing there is on the production, right? If I want, what I can do is notice here that how many things I have here in this resource group. Let me just go to the resource group again. So I have 3 services, right? What I can do is I can create a new slot and I can give it a name like maybe test slot, okay, or QA talk. QA for quality assurance. So this is something where I want my application developers to test my application. So I can have one QA slot created, right? And once this QA slot is created, what I can also do is this is going to give me an entirely different URL, right? So what my developers will do, they will build the application on a dev stack, and then they will give a thumbs up. Okay, we are done with the development. You can go ahead and test it. Then the administrator loads that application to the QA slot, and then the testers can test it on the QA slot. Because when you create a QA slot, now you can see that there's another slot that has got created here. And if I'll go back here and if I'll refresh, I will see a new slot that would have come in. A new app service I'll start seeing. Okay, I'll refresh it. And now you can notice that there is a fourth app service as well. But remember and understand that this is not the entire app service. Okay, it might take one moment before it starts showing up. Yeah, here it is. Right, so this is the new slot that I have created. Now this is a similar instance of this app service, which is running the same application, and my testers will be able to test my application on this. Now this will be getting its own URL that I'll be able to visualize, and that URL is going to be a different URL on which my testers can test my application, right? That is going to be a test slot. So I'm going to have multiple slots created, and the big idea here is that, let's say that they have tested the application and application seems to be working fine. Now, what I can do is I can, before bringing it onto production and utilizing it on full fledged, I can route 50% of the traffic to this slot and 50% of the traffic to the other slot. That way, what happens? Half of the traffic goes to this one and half of the traffic goes to this one. So just in case there is some problem with my application, only few people will be able to notice that application only because a part of traffic is being routed here. Another part of traffic is being routed here. So my few users will get the view of the latest application. Few people will still be getting the view of the older application. Now, why would I want to do this? Because I want to make sure that accidentally, if the newer instance of my application is not working fine, at least 50% of the people should be able to access the application, right? That's the reason I can route only 50% of traffic to production if I want, and 50% can be routed to a pre-prod type of a slot before it is brought onto production. And eventually, if I see that the newer feature of the application is working fine, I can go ahead and increase the percentage here. And finally, once I feel that everything seems to be working perfectly fine, I can simply swap the slots. Swapping the slots is automatically going to move my QA to production and this one into the QA slot, so that all my latest update that I have done is going to be visible for my clients. So that's another interesting feature that this app service offers in terms of flexibility and usage, and even for the DevOps environment, this can come in really handy because it allows you to manage all of this type of activity within a single place. Talking about another very important feature of this, if you go to the configuration, okay, let me not do that. I'll just keep it to as it was. So 50%, 50%, that's okay. And I'll go for configuration. So now if you'll access this same URL, right, few of you will be able to view this page, and few of you will be able to view the default page that we saw on the initially when before I made that change, right? Few of you will be able to see that. And if you want, you can upload your application directly here, or you can, like I said, use the GitHub repository and link it to this. Another thing you might be thinking is, okay, all this looks good, but what if I don't want to view this name? I'm not going to give this name for my customers or the people who are going to use the application. I want some other name for my application. So a custom domain name can be configured. If you'll notice here, there's an option called as custom domain name. And within this, you can define your own domain name, whatever you want to add the domain name. You'll be able to specify a custom domain name, government.com, governmentxyz.com, whatever domain name you want, you'll be able to add it here. Now, another important component of this app service I want to bring to your notice is the configuration. And before I show you this, would like to show you why exactly do we need this configuration element. See, what happens is when you're having this type of an environment where you have an application built, ideally, it is definitely a bad practice to keep your, it's a bad practice to keep your uh, if this is where your application is running, okay, which happens to be an app service, and you have your code, one part of the code might be representing something like db connection string is equal to, and then there might be a connection string for your database. Now, this is something that is definitely bad, right? You don't want to have a connection string given like this for your app service. So what you will ideally do is, and this connection string is basically what is going to connect your app service to your database. So your database IP address, right? This could be your IP address, and then that would be present here. So if anyone accesses at some point, if anyone gets access to your application code, your database URL is exposed there, right? That's definitely bad. You don't want to expose your database URL. And another challenge why this is bad, having your connection strings and passwords and other critical information is it shouldn't be kept inside your code, right? It's a bad way of creating your application. And in order to manage this, Azure App Service gives you something called as configuration settings. Now, what I can do is instead of specifying the connection string or the IP address of my database directly, I can create a variable here in my configuration. Okay, so I'll create a configuration setting here as application setting, or I can even add connection string. Anything can be used. Okay. However, use case of this is slightly different. It is to mention the version of your application and other things like that. Connection string can be used to specify your database connection string. So I will call it as MySQL connection string. Okay, and then I give it my value. That could be my IP address. Okay, and then I save it. Now that I've added this here, MySQL connection string, I will not be pointing to this IP address over here, right? I'm no longer pointing to the IP address. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm just pointing to this variable here, my SQL connection string. So I'll just say my SQL connection string. And since I've implemented the right SDK here, my application code will now be able to bring this IP address of my SQL server within my code. And even though the application does not have any kind of a hardbound, the IP address that is mentioned here, I will still be able to connect to my SQL because it is present inside my configuration setting. Now, this is one of the major advantages of having this in place. It is going to give me a simple and easy way to manage my connection string. Another advantage of doing this is that let's say that I'm using this for production, okay, and then I have another database, another application that is running in dev or QA, and again I have the similar set of things here, and then there is a DB connection string. And this time I have another database that is present here, which has a slightly different IP address, 20.20.20.20. Very unlikely, but let's just assume that is something like this for simplicity. And this time I can have another connection string here created called as QA SQL connection string. Okay, and then the IP address of it. Now going forward, what I can do is currently when my application is being tested, it can still point to the same thing, right? Or I can have basically the some connection string given here, and if at all my application moves into production, right? Not a problem. I don't need to touch my code at all. I don't need to modify anything. Since the production string has this configured here, automatically my application will start communicating with the newer database, right? It is not going to talk to the older database anymore because the connection string that I've mentioned in one app service is different, and the connection string that I've mentioned in the other app service would be different. So automatically, it is going to start talking to the new database the moment I swap my environment, right? That way, managing the connection strings and talking to the production database or the QA database becomes very easy because here I might have just mentioned it in the same place, right? Ideally, I would be mentioning this in a I'll be mentioning this with the same name in a different app service. And then what happens whenever I'm swapping, since that app service environment has a different IP address associated with that variable, it is going to bring that IP address and automatically it is going to start talking to the production database. So that's another major advantage of using this app service and how you manage your connection strings within your app service. So these kind of capabilities, right? It's only available because Azure is offering this to you as a platform as a service. Doing something like this on an infrastructure as a service might be really challenging for your developers. It is really difficult for your administrators to manage it. It is really difficult for your DevOps engineers to be able to handle this whole thing. However, doing it on app service is going to make these things a lot more easier and simpler for you, which will come in really handy and easy for you to work with. So we saw that there are different app service environment that I can pick and choose from. Right, there's .NET, Java, Ruby on Rails, Node.js, as well as PHP or Python, and each of this is readily available. And we have seen how you select it. You create an app service, you select the runtime environment, and your environment is going to get configured accordingly. So now that we have understood how we can manage that, scalability is also very important factor of app service that I'll be talking about in a moment. But we'll just go through these 2-3 slides, which are kind of giving us theoretical information, and then I can come back and talk about the scale. So it provides a quick way to host your web application in cloud, and you have seen how simple it is to actually do that. Allows you to scale your web app without being required to redesign for scalability, right? Application dependencies, a lot of things like that might still be a overhead on your developers, but in terms of infrastructure, it is absolutely nothing for you to worry about. It's all managed by Azure. It has a seamless integration with Visual Studio, meaning what I can do is I can build my application in Visual Studio and I can directly host it on the environment very easily, right? Simple and easy to do. Provides an open platform for many different programming languages that you have seen earlier in the previous slide. Near instant deployment. If you want, you can attach your SSL certificates to your app service and directly convert your HTTP into HTTPS. That's a simple added advantage on it. Web jobs provide background processing. So if you want a background job to be running in the environment, which could be taking care of certain background responsibilities, right? You can create something called as background job inside your app service that is going to be running on the underlying compute where your application is going to be running. You can scale to larger machine without having to redeploy your application, which I'll be talking about once I start talking about the scale. Key features of app services or web apps: first-class support for Microsoft ASP.NET and all the other programming languages. It has DevOps optimization. You can bring in your code from different endpoints, and along with that, if at all you don't have a code, right? It's not a regular ASP application. Instead, your application is running in a Docker container image. Azure gives you services like Azure Container Instance. It gives you services like Azure Container Registry. Using these, you can put your images inside your container registry, and then you can bring those and run it directly on containers inside app service as well. So along with supporting the code, actually that is one of the options you saw when I was creating app service. You see an option called as code or container, right? So if you're having a container image that you want to run directly on your app service, you'll be able to do that as well. Global scale with high availability and scalability is something that I'll talk about in a moment. I'm going to go back to the portal. I'm going to show you a couple of things. Connections to various different SaaS platforms. One of the important thing is how it integrates with authentication and authorization. Really simple, really easy, and connected to Azure Active Directory. I have a slide talking about that. I'll be showing in a moment. And then there are app service plans. App service plans can logically group your applications, and that is what even we did. We created an app service plan, and within that app service plan, we actually created these applications. Characteristics such as features, capacity, tiers shared among the website instance in the group. App service plan is the unit of billing. So what happens is when I'm creating that app service plan, and when I have my apps created within this, the entire cost, the cost that all of these app services are incurring is given on top of my app service plan. So when I want to understand how much of the cost my applications are incurring, I will go and check out the costing of my app service plan, and that is going to give me how much cost has incurred so far. Right? Multiple app service plan can exist in a single resource group. Multiple apps can exist in a single app service plan, and that's what we have done. We have hosted one kind of application for production, one for kind of QA, and both of them are running in the same app service plan. Now talking about scaling, right? So scaling might you might have to do the scaling in terms of horizontal scale, or you might have to do in terms of vertical scale. And app service app service plan supports both of it. So what is a vertical scale going to do? Currently, you're running your application. Currently, you're running your application in a certain type of a underlying instance, which is giving you around 1 vcore and approximately 1 GB of RAM. Now, what you want to do is you want to increase the capacity of this. You want to increase the size of this. So when you're increasing the size of it, what you're doing is you're converting this from this size to a bigger size. Now it is of 2 vCPUs or 2 vcores, and it is coming with 4 GB of RAM. Right? This is a vertical scale. You're increasing the size of your instance. Otherwise, you can also do horizontal scale. What happens in horizontal scale? You have one instance running with 1 vcore and 1 GB of RAM, and then you want to have multiple instances of this type itself. So you have another instance of 1 vCPU, 1 GB RAM, another instance of 1 CPU, 1 GB RAM, another instance of 1 CPU, 1 GB RAM, right? And all of this are going to be put under a certain type of a load balancer that is going to distribute your traffic, right? So on your app service, an app service plan, either you can go for vertical scale or you can go for horizontal scale. Horizontal scale can be automated. Vertical scale is done manually, right? Now let's say that what is happening is you have created this instance, and this is currently serving your application. Okay, so you have created one instance and it is running your application. Currently, it is supporting around 1,000 users. You have a spike in the traffic, and all of a sudden you start getting 10,000 user requests. And whenever that is happening, what you want to do is you want to enable scale. Okay, that is when you go for automated scaling, right? Auto scale allows you to specify that, see, because when you start getting so many requests, obviously the CPU utilization is going to increase, or network ingestion is going to increase. So I can automate my scale based on that type of a metric. I can say whenever my CPU utilization is going beyond 75%, increase the number of instances, right? Or whenever my network ingress or egress, whenever my network ingress or egress on this virtual machine, or this app service is increasing, increase the number of virtual machine. That type of auto scale can be done on your app service. We can also do this vertical scale. I'll come to that in a moment. If I want, I can manually go and change the size of this. However, horizontal scale can be automated. Okay. Now, vertical scale, what happens is you're increasing the size of this. So I can do both of these on my app service. So if I go to my app service here, so this is my app service that is running. And if I scroll down here, I will see scale up and scale out. Scale up stands for vertical scaling, scale out stands for horizontal scaling. So if I just click on scale up, notice that currently it is running on 1.75 GB of RAM with 100 jar compute units, right? And then if I want to increase the size, all I have to do is select a bigger size. So this is of a bigger size, 3.7 GB of RAM with 210 compute units. I have 32 GB of RAM, right? 32 GB of RAM with minimum 195 CPUs of vCPUs for a different multiple cores. So this is going to give me multiple cores, and every core is going to be of 195 GB. I'm sorry, 195 compute units. So that is something that I can do to increase the size of it. So what I'm showing you right now is this vertical scale, right? That is something you can do, and it has to be done manually. You go to scale up, and you scale up from here. Accordingly, the scale is going to happen. Another option that you have is scale out, and here you can say custom auto scale. and you can define how you want to scale it. Okay, you can say scale based on a specific type of a metric, right? And then you can specify how you want to scale it. So I can say that whenever uh, the average of a CPU percentage, right? This is the metric name, CPU percentage, or it could be TCP close weight, or it could be any kind of a metric, data in, data out. If you want to scale it based on a ingress or egress. So CPU percentage, I'm saying if it is greater than 75%, okay? If it is greater than 75% and consistently it is greater than 75% for a span of 2 minutes, right? And then it will increase the count, right? Increase the count by one. I will add it. So now what happens if there is consistently, if it is seeing that the network traffic has increased and the CPU utilization is going beyond 75% for a span of 1 or 2 minutes, it is automatically going to increase the count by one. At the same time, I can add a this is a kind of a scale out rule. I can also scale in, because what if morning there are 10,000 users, but by the evening time comes in there are again 1,000 users. As in how the number of users are decreasing, I also want to scale in and reduce the number of instances, right? So I'll be able to scale in as well. So again, I can say if the CPU utilization is less than 25%, which is typically for like 1,000 users are there, then it is obviously going to be less than 25%, right? If that is the case, in that case, I want to decrease the count by one, and I add this. So I add both my scale out rule, scale in rule, and I save it. So my scale rules are applied. Now going forward, whenever there are more number of people who are trying to log in, it is automatically going to add instances. So simple and so easy. Now think of doing something like this on infrastructure as a service. Is it really that feasible? You will need to explicitly create so many virtual machines, put them under the virtual under a load balancer, and bring that kind of scale. It takes so much of time, takes so much of headache at your end, right? However, adding this over here is going to make things a lot more easy and simple for you. It is going to fasten the entire process of scaling your infrastructure, because of which going for these platform services can be really, really advantageous for you. So I hope that makes sense. It gives you an idea about what you can do in terms of scale. Let's look at other things that it offers. It offers you seamless integration with Azure Active Directory, enable you to perform authentication and authorization, and you can have multiple different type of login setup on your app service as well. If you want your users to log in using Facebook or Gmail or Twitter, right? There are connectivity endpoints for those that you can configure, and based on those, automatically the login happens when they are trying to log in onto your app service. So you can have multiple web apps that we have already talked about. Traffic manager is one aspect of it. See, it's not really a capability of app service. It is a different service, because what if you are scared, you're paranoid about what if my application goes down wherever I've created my app service. Today, your application might be running in India, and then what if that application goes down because there is a Azure level disaster, right? One of the Azure data center in which you're running your application goes down. So you have Central India, one of the regions that is there for Azure. Another region that you also have is South India. Currently, I might have deployed this app service in Central India, which is working fine. And all the auto scale that is happening here itself, right? So for high availability, I might choose to have another instance of my application running in South India as well. So now that I have two different endpoints in which my application is running, I will need to implement a traffic manager. And traffic manager can start routing the request to either this data center or this data center, as and how the traffic occurs, right? So my first point of ingestion would be this, and then I would be routing it to these two endpoints based on different type of metrics, right? I'll be showing you what are the different ways you can route this traffic manager. But this is what the service looks like. If you want to create it on the portal, you can go to traffic manager, and here you can see that you can create a traffic manager, which is a separate service altogether, right? And if you create this service, you'll be able to route your data across the app services that have been deployed in multiple regions That way, even though one of the region app service goes down, you will have your app service running in different region, which can still take up that load, right? That is the capability of having this type of app service. Now, when you create such type of traffic manager to route your traffic across different endpoints, there are multiple ways in which you'll be able to manage how the traffic flows, right? So either you can choose for priority routing, weighted routing, performance or geographic routing, and there are a couple of other type of routing methods as well that have been recently introduced. What priority routing allows you to do is, uh, I can have three instances of my app service, and of course a traffic manager. When I'm configuring these endpoints, I can say this is my first priority, this is my second priority, this is my third priority. And when I do that, what happens is whatever the traffic comes to traffic manager, it tries and sends that traffic to this one first. Okay. And just in case this has gone down for whatsoever reason, then it will start routing the traffic to the second priority. And if this also goes down, then it starts routing the traffic to the third priority. So until and unless one instance is not able to respond your request because maybe it is overwhelmed by too many requests, or maybe because there is not so much of just because maybe there is not so much of compute, or maybe the instance itself has gone down for some reason. When such type of situation occurs, we'll be able to route the traffic to different endpoint by using priority routing, and you can give priority. So priority can be given in incremental order, one, two, three, like that. However, weighted also does similar thing, but what I can do is weighted can be a number between 1 to 100. Okay, and I can give this a weight of 50, I can give this a weight of 50, I can give this a weight of 10. So what is going to happen, these both machines, the traffic is going to be balanced equally. However, this is going to run on a slightly lower priority. So if it is getting some 1,000 requests, right, maybe around 400 requests goes to this, around 400 requests goes to this, and around maybe 100 requests around goes to this. Right? That is how also, if you want, you can configure the routing that happens within your between your app services using Traffic Manager. What performance routing does is, here you don't need to mention anything. Unlike priority where you mention priority, unlike weighting where you mention the weight of the priority you want to give, performance routing will automatically measure the latency. Okay. So first, let's say that it sends the request to this, and this responds with a latency of around 75 milliseconds, right? And it sends a request to this responds with a latency of around 90 milliseconds. Then it sends a request to this responds with a latency of around 10 milliseconds. So you can see that this third machine is having least latency. So it will start sending all the requests to this machine. And as and how it requests so many requests, and as and how it is responding to so many requests, eventually what is going to happen is the performance is going to degrade, right? It is slowly going to increase the latency because all the requests are coming to this instance. So eventually it changes from 10 to 20 milliseconds, 20 to 50 milliseconds, 50 to 100 milliseconds. It is going to slowly increase. And once it has come to a latency which is more than this, it will notice that now it is giving a lot of latency. So it will start smartly, it will start routing the request to the one that has lesser latency. And even if this is increasing to around 100 or 120, it will notice that this is the least latency. So it will start sending requests to this instance. So whichever instance is offering the lesser latency, it is going to route the request to that specific endpoint. That you can do by specifying performance routing. Then you have geographic routing. What geographic routing allows you to do is, based on the geography, it is going to route the request to the right endpoint. I mean, you have East US, you have Europe, you have India, okay, and you have your data, you have your app services running in each of these regions. If the request is coming from East US, it will route the request to the server which is present in East US. If the request is coming from Europe, it will route the request to the service that is running in Europe. If the request is coming from somewhere in India, it is going to route that request to the server which is present in India. That way, what happens? Your customers are going to get the responses from the region which is closest in their proximity, right? That way, they are going to get a better performance in terms of customer experience, which is going to be overall in a good way for you to manage how the traffic is going. Now, this is the image of a priority routing, where depending on the priority that you have set, only after this has gone down, or if it is not able to respond because it is overwhelmed by too many requests, that is now giving you a 429 error or a 500 error, right? Server internal server error or error because of the too many requests coming in. In those cases, it will typically start routing the request to other priority methods. That's how priority traffic routing method works, and that is what we get idea about different routing methods that we have. So we have seen the demo of how this web app can be configured, and we have seen the demo of how we can create deployment slots. And by the way, this is the final page of how you can bring in your application, upload it, and this can be done on the Visual Studio as well. So Visual Studio has a seamless integration of app services, and you will very conveniently be able to build that. Just give me a second. I'll quickly show you how it can be done. Looks like I opened two instances of Visual Studio. Not a problem. I'll just shut down one of these. Okay. So let me just open a new project over here. So I'm just trying to give you a view of how you can have your developers build this application on environment like Visual Studio and directly start, leveraging that capability of uploading and having that application run on your app service. So you go to File, New Project, and then a ASP.NET application. I'll call it as your EADP maybe. Okay. So this is going to create a very simple dummy application, and which is going to be a very simple. Okay, MVC is fine. So I'll just create a simple MVC type application, and then we will host it on my app service from the development environment. So currently you can see that it has loaded all the models, views, and controllers and other things that it wants, and the application is kind of ready for me, right? It has the view, everything is so it has just a default template of the application, and that is what we have here. Now, if I want to host it on my app service, all I have to do is go to my application, and then you will find the option to publish it. So if I right click on my application here in my solution explorer, I can simply go ahead and publish it. So notice it is giving me an app service. So if I have a existing app service which is of the right .NET framework, then I'll be able to directly host it on this. Otherwise, I can simply create a new one. So you can see that it's showing me this, and I have deployment slots. So I can choose to put it in either the QA production slot or on a QA slot, right? So I'll just pick this, which is on production, and I'll hit OK. So you can see that the publishing has started. So your developers will be developing the application here and all of that. And once they're done with it, they'll just click on this publish, and they will do the publish just like I did. And eventually your application will be published in the environment. Let's give it a minute. All right, publish is successful. Successfully installed web app extension, etc., etc. Publish one succeeded. So now if I go back to my app service URL, and if I refresh it, I should see the latest application. So this is what has come now, and this is the application that I have developed in my Visual Studio, right? And you're able to see that, able to go through the pages and all of it. So that's how you can build your application seamlessly, and you'll be able to bring it on your virtual machine, and you'll be able to, app service, and you'll be able to run these applications. Real simple and easy to do. App service serving strings inside the settings, and these connection strings will be used to configure any kind of a database or a backend service that you want your service to work with. And as and how your you want to switch from one slot to another slot. It is just a configuration element that you do on your app service plan that allows you to conveniently move your production view or the same domain name to either your QA slot or your the development slot that you had configured. And also the database can be moved from one slot to another slot by just modifying the connection strings that you have. You can also change the runtime stack of your environment. Different environment stack and runtime environment variables can be set up. That way, if you want your application to stick with a certain type of version of the runtime, you'll be able to configure that using these variables as well. We've also seen how we can set up the scaling. We were able to horizontally scale our app service with different type of metrics. We had done it based on the CPU metrics, CPU utilization metrics. Similarly, you will also be able to do it using the ingress, egress, data in, data out, and a lot of other metrics like that. Many Azure services provide the capability to scale both manually and automatically. And vertical scale, when we had to do, we did it manually. However, this was done automatically. Autoscale refers to the capability of many of these services to monitor application instances automatically, and we saw how we were able to scale it dynamically. This is something that we have seen as well. Multiple slots and different slots you are able to configure. You can set up the environment variable so that the right slot gets the request. And this also has an auto swap capability, wherein you'll be able to swap it, or if you want, you can configure it to auto swap at a given period of time. And whenever you're enabling auto swap, Microsoft Azure will ensure that if you're swapping from pre-prod to prod, right, even before your pre-prod comes into action, Microsoft Azure is going to send it to you request and it is going to keep it in a warm state so that the moment you bring it onto production, it is ready for performing the operations on Azure. I mean, performing operations on your for your customers on your application. So that's the auto swap capability. So these are the things that your app service can give you, and that's one of the managed services that you can utilize to modernize the way you're building your applications instead of sticking with your regular virtual machines, which is a very traditional method of doing your building your application. You can go for app service, which can exponentially increase the way you are creating your applications, scaling your applications, securing it, managing that DevOps pipeline, and all of that can be made a lot more convenient using this capability. The next service that I would like to talk about is function apps, which is the second type of modernizing application capability. And this is the second type. And then we have the next one, that is logic app. App service is the biggest one. There are a lot of things in app service. Function app, however, is a slightly smaller approach of how we do things. And I'll be talking about this before we go on app service, and we will wind up after that. So function apps is a managed service that Azure offers. And this is what the service looks like on the portal. If you just go, see there is function app. Right? And I can create one of these function apps. Again, very similar to the things you saw in your app service. I can pick a resource group in which I want to create it. I'll be talking about what this can do, but I'll just leave it for deployment so that we can come back and check after some time. Oh, function app GOV is available. That's great. That doesn't usually happen because I thought it's generic and someone might have used it. But luckily that's available for us. That's great. Anyway, so the runtime stack, again, let's pick just .NET. Region is Central US, fine by me. I'll just quickly review and create this. Now, while it is getting created, let me tell you what the kind of things that you can do with your function apps. Okay. So function apps is another managed service that Azure gives you on a PaaS offering. So otherwise it's called as a serverless service. Don't be deceived by the name. Even though it states as a serverless service, does that mean that there are no server? No, that's not the case. Servers are there, but only thing is you as a administrator don't have the access for the server. That's all it means, right? So function apps are serverless services that Azure has to offer. And what these allows us to do is, without having to again define an underlying operating system, or having to worry about deploying the runtime that is required to run. If I have a piece of code that needs to get executed to do a certain operation, that is when I use function app. I'll give you a few examples. Let's say you're building a three-tier application. Ideally, what you would do, you would create one virtual machine which is running something like maybe IIS server for your web app or your front-end application. You would create another virtual machine which could be running like something like Apache Tomcat server, and this would be for your API app. And then you would be having your database. In a two-tier, you don't have this, right? You don't have the API server as such. You might not have an API server for the most part. Your IIS server is directly interacting with database. However, if a three-tier architecture is there, then you will have an intermediate layer, which is to which the request is going and which is processing it to your database. So now what happens? This is where your application is running, and whenever a user logs in, let's say he wants to, he uses a certain feature of this application to create a new user. Now, once he creates that new user, what happens is all the information that he has put, name, user ID, password, everything else, all the information that he has provided in that sign up form is going to be sent to this in a JSON object. And within this API server, there is a function called as insert. There's a function called as insert user, which is taking all of these parameters. It's taking name, it's taking user ID, it's taking password, it's taking location. And then it has the code written inside this, which is actually adding that user into your database. Correct? It has the code written inside this, which is actually adding that user inside the database. And like this insert user, there are a bunch of other functions as well. This is just one function that I have here. Similarly, I could have another function called as delete user, which takes the user ID and it deletes the user whom we have gotten. And similarly, there could be a bunch of other functions that will be performing a certain operation. So when you have just a few functions to be executed to do an operation on your database, is it really required to create an entire different virtual machine that just for that purpose, just to serve that API layer? Would it not be great if I had a service where I can simply write my function and have my work done? Real simple and real easy, right? That's exactly what function app allows you to do. Now that I've created a function app, I can create a function inside this and I can trigger this function, right? Without having to worry about the underlying infrastructure. Managing this virtual machine, Apache, installing that Apache type of a server is all Azure's responsibility. What I will get is I will get an endpoint.com. And then if I want to execute this particular function, I will need to make this type of a call, func.com, which is the endpoint of my function app, followed by that, the name of the function, insert user. And this will insert user. This will automatically trigger this function, right? And what we are doing in this case is we are using the HTTP trigger. Okay, what we are doing in this case is we are using the HTTP trigger, or you can use HTTP yes trigger, right? And that use case you already saw, right? I'm able to make a HTTP request from my front end application to my function app, which is taking that request and actually executing it on the backend on my database so that the user actually gets created in the backend. Along with that, along with this type of trigger, if I have a certain work, a certain job, a certain function that needs to be executed after every 3 hours or after every 2 hours, or if every week I want it to get executed, I can set my function apps. I can set my, this is my functions. I can trigger using function. I can use a trigger using HTTP or HTTPS triggers, or if I want, I can also have time-based triggers, right? If I want it to get executed once in a day, twice in a day, thrice in a day, every hour, whatever it is, I can have my function executed at a particular given time. Now, this function could be doing any background activity. Okay, it could be talking to a API layer to do something, or maybe it is just taking the newly incoming data and it is refreshing that data. Any operation like that. So HTTP trigger, time trigger are two major type of triggers. Apart from that, what makes it really interesting is it runs on Azure triggers. And these Azure triggers can be coming from your storage account. It could be coming from your SQL. It could be coming from your service bus queues. It could be coming from Cosmos DB. So what I mean by that is any kind of a operation that happens here, you'll be able to trigger your function, right? So a function can be triggered by any of these different options as well. That's another capability of having your functions created. And based on that, whenever such type of occurrence happens, it is going to trigger itself and is going to execute your work. Now, what I mean by Azure triggers is that, see, imagine that you have created an application for something like Aadhaar card again, and people are uploading their photos here. Now, every time they're uploading their photos, you want to convert it into a thumbnail, right? So what you can do is you can have your application connected to a storage account, okay? And every time a file is being uploaded, image is being uploaded, their application is going to push that image inside a storage account. Now, storage account is a Azure specific service again. The moment your image comes here, what you can do is you can trigger your function. You can trigger your function based on the certain event that is happening in the storage account. And currently, the event that has happened is image drop or a file drop. And since that file has been dropped, it is going to trigger your function app, and your function app is going to do its work and is going to pull that image, resize it using a certain SDK, and then push it back inside this. So these type of operations can easily be run using function app, and that is majorly why we want to be using function app. I have a bunch of features and capabilities that function app offers. Very similar to app service, you'll be able to connect it the moment you see it. But I'll just walk you through all of these as we go through it. So just like the development environment that app service gives you, you'll be able to run your functions of different programming languages. And it has a lot of different type of connectivity. Let's say that a new NoSQL type of data is being added into your Cosmos DB, you'll be able to trigger functions. A new file being dropped inside your storage account, you'll be able to trigger your functions. A new event coming inside your event grid or notification hub. These are again Azure services that you can use, or a service bus, which is used for basically it's a type of a PubSub model broker, which can which it can publish and subscribe messages to. Even a message coming inside a service bus, which could be a JSON object, right? And if you quickly want to process it, you'll be able to do that as well using your function apps. And the scaling is similar to app service. You can either scale it vertically or horizontally. But what it offers on the Azure portal is it gives you consumption plan, premium plan, and an app service plan. Premium plan is a later addition, recently come up, and most of the time you will see consumption plan or app service plan being utilized. However, this gives you much more scale compared to consumption or app service plan. So this is something that you will notice when you are creating your function app, whether you can create it in a consumption plan or an app service plan. And if you are thinking about the app service plan that we had discussed when we were talking about app service, yes, this is the exact same app service plan that I was talking about earlier. So you are right. If you are assuming that you can create not only app services but also functions inside your app service plan, then you're absolutely right about it. Within an app service plan, either you can create your app services or also you can create your function app which are going to be running in your app service plan. When to pick what? See, if you are very sure that you are going to be getting your events, getting your triggers continuously, there are continuously a stream of incoming requests that are coming in, go for app service plan. It's going to help you to cut down the cost. And if you are not sure about how the requests are coming in, maybe you get the request only once a day sometimes. Sometimes you get requests 20 times in a day. Sometimes you get requests 1,000 times in a day. So if there are discrete incoming events, you're not sure about how the event should be going, would be coming for your service, go for consumption plan. So this defines how the underlying infrastructure is configured in a way giving you control over that. So these are the few options that are available when you're talking about your function apps. And then you can have triggers and bindings. Basically, what these define is how or what service you want to connect your function app with, based on what trigger you want to run your functions. And bindings basically authenticate it. See, because Cosmos DB is a secure service, right? Azure Storage Account is a secure service. So if you want to access this, you need credentials. If you want to access this, you need credentials. However, when you are connecting your function app to your storage account and you're connecting your function app to your Cosmos DB, the credential is automatically handled by your function app. You don't have to explicitly log in or you don't have to provide the endpoint. You don't have to give the credentials that are required. Nothing is that's how it is required. Function app can seamlessly connect to this, and that is because it establishes something called as a binding within itself, which enables it to perform that type of activity. You can also connect it to multiple virtual networks. You can make the function app a part of your virtual network so that it adheres to your standard firewall rules. And then just a few important practices to remember when you're working with it. Your function app should always be shorter time, right? So ideally, your function should not, the function that you are writing within your function app should not exceed more than 3 to 4 minutes, right? Ideally, maximum time which your function should be executing is only 3 to 4 minutes. That is when you'll be using it. Cross-function communication, stateless function is not recommended that you avoid. Always try and write your stateless functions because there is no place where you are trying to manage the state of your application. Right, the state of your application is not being managed by the service. So try and ensure that you are writing stateless functions as much as possible, and it has to be code defensive. Meaning, if at all the application is failing for some reason, should be able to recover by itself and it should be able to spin by the time when where it had stopped. It should be able to spin from the same time where it had stopped. Different type of functions, different type of capabilities, but ideally you don't need to really worry about it. For us, most of the time we just build with a simple function. These are the things that you define when you talk about orchestrator function or when you are building durable functions. What durable function allows you to do is you can have multiple functions created. If it is a long task, if it is a huge task, this can do the first part of the task and then send the half processed data to this. This can do the next half of the processing and send it to this. So this type of orchestration can be built within your function using durable function. And that is one way you can also build your function apps. So that's pretty much it about the function apps that we have. The next thing that I would quickly like to talk to you about is Logic App. Now, this is a service which is again a type of a very simple way. If you want to build a certain type of a workflow, you can very easily do it using your Logic Apps. This is a no-code approach to build your application, right? If you want to build a certain type of a workflow and you're not a developer, but even then you will be able to build a certain type of a application workflow for your application. So it's a automation workflow solution. It has a designer that you will be using, and it has a lot of pre-built templates that you can use. And it is a kind of software as a service, supports a lot of software as a service integrations. So you can seamlessly connect it to Facebook, Twitter, and all of that. I'll be giving you a small example of how you can do this as well. There are four major components: the workflow that you create, the triggers that you configure, the action that you define, and connectors that you connect it with, right? Workflow basically defines the flow of what you want to do. Trigger defines how you want to trigger this logic app. Just like you saw, function app can be triggered by HTTP request or Cosmos DB, SQL, and all of that. Here you have a whole new bunch of triggers that are coming from third-party service providers, different ISVs, as well as standard SaaS services that you might be using in your implementations as well. So workflow has a bunch of actions and connectors that I'll be showing how to create. And then there are a huge number of connectors. You can see there is SAP connector, Slack, Jira, or Twitter if you want to have, you have a Twitter connector as well, and a whole new bunch of ecosystem. So let me just quickly give you what kind of actions you can do here. I'll quickly create a logic app and I will show you how it is done. So let's create a logic app here. So I'll be connecting this logic app to, understand the trend. Let's say you're building an application for government where government is trying to understand the responses of how people or what people are saying about COVID, right? So I'll give it a name as GOV uh, LOKS. I'm sorry, I might take maybe like 5 minutes of your lunchtime. Pardon me for that because this demo might take a little time. But anyways, the Logic app name is my GeoLogic, and I'll give it a name. Maybe I'll just create it in South Central US, or let's create it in India. I review and create this. So my what I want to do is I want to assertively capture any tweet that is coming in from hashtag COVID, and I want to email those tweets to myself. Now, emailing the tweet to myself is something I'm doing at this point, but it can be as complicated as you want. You can just take those tweets, put it inside your SQL database, or put it inside your Cosmos DB. And another application running somewhere else might be able to pick those tweets from your Cosmos DB, pick those tweets from your SQL, and bring it inside your application. So those kind of things can be built very easily. So you can see that there are a bunch of connectors that are given here, and there are a lot of different connectors that you can select from. However, at this point, I'll just use one of these, and this is how you are using your connector. So enter the name of connection. I'll just call it as my feed, and then this is fine. I'll just say sign in. So this is how the connection endpoint is going to get established. The one-time thing that you need to do: authorize the app. This is my Twitter login, right? So connection has been established. Now, what is the next step I want to do? I want to check for hashtag COVID. So any tweet coming with this hashtag I want to identify, and I want to check it for every 1 minute. Okay, and if that is happening, what is the action that I want to perform? So I can just email it to myself, or notice that I can also push it to Cosmos DB, or I can push it to SQL, or I can trigger a Azure function, or I can send an email to myself. So I just say send an email to myself. I just select this Outlook. Let's see if I'm able to find that. Office 365, and within that I want to send an email. Again, this is a connector, so I need to specify the connection that I want it to do. So I just select my ID. Great. So whom do I want to send email to? Let me send it to myself for now. My office ID, and then what needs to be the subject? I want to have the name of the person. See, notice how I'm able to add dynamic content. Depending on the person, I'm able to add the dynamic content. So the name of the person I want in the subject, and I also want to add the location of it. So I'm saying name from, and this dynamic content depends on the connector that you have picked. If it is Facebook, it gives you different option. If it is a SQL or a Cosmos DB, it gives you different option. Depending on the connector you pick, the dynamic content is going to change. Phase, okay, and then inside this, I'll just add the tweet content, original tweet, or no, maybe I'll also add the tweet text, and I will save it. Now I'll do it, give it an initial run to begin with, so that it can immediately start working. And so currently it has started working, and I should start getting the emails. So after every 1 minute, right, this trigger is going to run, and it is going to, it is going to alert me every time there's a someone tweeting with hashtag COVID. Similarly, if I want, I can keep pushing it in my SQL database as well. It might take a little time to start getting functional, but let's just give it a minute maybe, and we can check it out. Just a second. Oh yeah, I started getting the tweets. You can see that there are quite a few tweets. And just like I configured there, Joan B from somewhere, Bogota says, right, and his tweet, whatever he has put in the tweet. Similarly, someone from here, uh, this guy from some other region says this. right? And this is going to run repeatedly after every 1 minute, right? Every 1 minute is going to find these hashtags and it's going to bring me the tweet text, right? Okay, and this is the actual tweet text. COVID briefing at so and so time. You an update only on today's figures and overall trend. Some other tweet just got called a sheep for wearing my mask or whatever it is, right? So you can see that there are a bunch of different tweets and it is being calculated or is consuming this after every repeated amount of time. Now, this can also be connected to your hybrid scenario. You can also consume the events that are coming from your on-premises, and based on your on-premise events as well, you'll be able to run your logic apps and perform different operations. Imagine that there's a new person who is joining one of your government organization, and the moment this person is getting added inside your database, you want to create an identity for him in Azure Active Directory, right? You can do that type of connectivity as well using the logic apps. It enables you to work with multiple B2B type scenarios where you can configure business to business type of implementation where you get requests from a certain business to analyze it, and then from that you take a operational action somewhere else. So these are just the steps that you just saw about how you create it, and I have shown you in the demo how it is to be done. So it is just the same set of processes, and I also have slides that give you what the designer looks like. So this is what you have seen in the designer. I created a very simple design, and your design can get as complicated as you want, right? You can also take if and else type of operations using your logic app, which is again a huge capability. And then dynamically the content is going to be pulled in depending on the right type of connector that you have used, and you have seen this as well in action in my demo. Since I had selected Twitter, it was giving me Twitter specific type of thing, right? And you have seen that in the demo. And if I want, just like I'm able to trigger this based on timeline, just like our function apps, even I'll be able to trigger my logic apps based on a certain scheduled time. That is another capability of how I can trigger my logic apps. So you have seen the demo, and that is how the whole thing is working. So maybe if we just wait for another minute, I will start seeing another bunch of tweets that are coming in. And after every 1 minute, it is going to keep on bringing these tweets. So those are the three managed services that Azure has at this point in order to give you a control over how you want to utilize these managed services and how you want to implement it in different environments, different runtime stacks, right? So that's pretty much all I had from my end to share with you all. And I think it makes sense. I hope you have a solid understanding of the kind of capabilities that these managed services can offer you, and especially being able to implement that hybrid scenario in order to connect your half of your infrastructure on your on-premise, half of your infrastructure on Azure, and how you can put them together, and the capabilities that this brings on the table are immense, right? So I hope that this makes sense to you, and I hope you had some really good takeaways from it. And I really hope that you consider moving your infrastructure on Azure and take advantage of that seamless scale, hybrid connectivity, and security that Azure has to offer. So that's pretty much it from my end, friends. Thanks everyone for being patient, and I hope that you enjoyed my session. Let's come back in next 15 minutes. We are going to start again at 2:30 sharp. And Anantit is another peer of mine who reports to me. And Anantit has some really, really amazing demos and amazing session in respect of how we can leverage the data as well as cognitive services and other few important services that are on Azure. So I handle the torch to Anantit. Let's come back in another 15 minutes, and Anantit will be taking the session from there. Thanks everyone for listening to me. Have a great day and all the very best.
ಇಡ್ಲಿ ತಿಂತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು.